And not only this, the Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. It was called the Hiranyamaya. The Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, or the river of gold. And in the this was in the Rig Veda. And in the Atharva Veda, the river Saraswati is called the Hiranyavartani. So gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. And temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold. And because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, it lasts forever. Now, let us begin entering into all the different offerings that we have available for each and every one of you today. The first offering is the E-Hundi offering. And in this, we see how Devi Parashakti literally reveres and she adores any kind of donation. You can offer any kind of donation and she will accept it. She will grace you with all the blessings that you want. She will remove any fear. She'll do anything. And you don't even have to give anything, do anything. Simply if you express your devotion, Devi Parashakti will just pour herself on you. And there's in fact a verse in the Lalita Sahasranama which describes exactly this. Devi Parashakti is described Bhakti Priya Bhakti Ghamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaham Shambhavi Sharadaradya Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fear. Yes. And if there is any fear in the minds of devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. And here it is meant that autumn of our lives when thoughts turn more and more inward. And this is when the role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. So this E-Hundi offering is an offering that you can make for any amount of money. You can offer it for $1, for how much ever you feel you'd like to offer as a donation out of your gratitude to Devi Parashakti. Yes, and the next offering is the Sankalpa chanting. I'll just be chanting the English translation for the Devi Mahatmyam chapter 12, verse 14. Where it says, the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. The goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives out knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. Now, the offering of the Sankalpa is the offering of the conscious resolution. And many of you might be wondering, what is the conscious resolution? And actually, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, there is a beautiful tradition where we are literally offering the Sankalpa. And for every ritual, for every single ritual, this Sankalpa is a very important part. There is no ritual without a Sankalpa. And you can change the wordings, and cater it exactly to what you want to manifest in your reality. Every day during the Guru Puja that we offer, even as Kailasians, the Sankalpa is a prayer for deep devotion and manifesting whatever we want into reality. And even if that might be having the eternal celebration, or if it is requesting the blessings for going beyond greed and fear and lust, or if it is even all of being blessed with all of the different shaktis of having eternal wisdom or having eternal wealth, whatever it is, the Sankalpa is chanted as a way to basically just make that conscious resolution for the day. And every single day, we chant it during the Guru Puja, and as well as every single ritual. It is chanted, and it can also be chanted by itself in order to manifest what you want into reality, because it is a powerful way to manifest what you want in reality. Just chanting and creating that vibration, even another person, a Pujacharya, Shivacharya, who is chanting it for you, can create that energy in order to make that conscious resolution happen in your life. So this offering can be done, and it will literally give you the blessings of and the fruition of all the desires and wishes that you are yearning for. And the next offering we have is the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. And in fact, in the Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731, Devi Parashakti is described as Nama Parayana Prita, meaning she who likes the repetition of her various names. And I understand at the first, at hearing of this first, you might think, what is this? Why does she like hearing her own name heard so many times? Or literally hearing her repeating herself, her own name. But understand the deep spiritual significance of this beautiful verse and of like just this sentiment that Devi Parashakti expresses. When Devi Parashakti says, or when she is described as Nama Parayana Prita, out of her own compassion, knowing very well that when we chant the Parayana of her own Namavali, of her own names and the 1008 names, we will be able to experience the oneness with her. That is the beautiful context behind which this verse is laid. And thus, in this offering, we're offering the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, and it's a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. And you can offer a gold coin inscribed with each and every one of the 1008 names and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. Yes. And the next offering is the Mukta Anguti. So now, and I just like to say first that if you knew that your mother had a liking to pearls, or if you knew that in a sacred part or a secret part of her heart, she just really loved pearls, and you don't necessarily know why, she doesn't necessarily tell you, but you know that she loves pearls. When it comes around to her birthday or Mother's Day, you would like to offer her a pearl ring or a pearl set or a pearl necklace, and you'd like to adorn her with pearls. And if you just like to win her favor, you know that you would want to offer pearls. Now, in the same way, we can relate to Devi Meenakshi, Devi Parashakti, the incarnation who descended as Devi Meenakshi. And Devi Meenakshi was a very incarnation who had literally manifested the very state, space, being, and the reality of Kailasa on planet Earth. And she had literally, in all the senses, she had conquered all of the directions of the whole universe, and she had gone all over the universe and conquered every single direction. She united all of the 56 kingdoms. In fact, there were only 56 in that part of human history. There were only 56 kingdoms and civilizations that all lived in different tribal units and were all isolated all over the world. But it was Devi Meenakshi who united all of the 56 kingdoms and brought them under one rule and one civilization, and ruled from Madurai along with her divine consort, Lord Sundareshwara, the incarnation of Paramashiva himself. And that is the beauty of the whole thing, is that Devi Meenakshi had literally come down, and she had the power inside of her and the strong, powerful cognition to literally manifest Kailasa on planet Earth. So you can offer this Mukta Anguti in the very same way and offer the this pearl ring in order to have the blessings of Devi Meenakshi to fulfill any of your business endeavors. And just in order to revere Devi Meenakshi, I'll be chanting the verse now. Muktaharanalasatkiritaruchiram purnendu vaktra prabham Chinjannu purikinkini manidaram vakta padma prabhavasuram Sarvabhita falapradam girisutam vani rama sevitam Meenakshim panatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram yadim. And the English translation. I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and fish shining like the full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus and who grants all wishes, the daughter of the mountain, and who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. Yes, and as I was saying, the offering of this Mukta Anguti is a very beautiful offering that you can do in order to receive the grace and blessings of Devi Meenakshi in all of your different endeavors to fulfill your ambition. Now, if you'd like to go through the further steps in order to make your payment today and make this offering, you can go to the link which is projected, which is tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. However, if you are just having a few questions about how to make the payment, please stay tuned until the end of this segment, and we will be able to walk you through what is the different links, how to pay, and what's the options that you have. So stay tuned for that. Now let us go into the next offering. The next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. And in the Kamikagama, the verse, it says that all the kalasas, which are the pots used during the worship, all of them should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. And in fact, there are hundreds of different references of the golden lotus. In all the different scriptures, there are so many references of the worship of Paramashiva. And almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities, of worship, and meditating on the mudras and asanas during worship involves the lotus flower. Not just the flower, but also the lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, the lotus petals, and the lotus is a divine flower. And in fact, the Shakti of Paramashiva is also called the lotus. As well, the base of the Paramashiva linga is the lotus, and the disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus about to bloom. You can offer the golden lotus in any size that you wish and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situation in your life. There are hundreds of references for this, and you can also see that the golden lotus or the lotus itself has so many different references, whether it is in the arts and architecture, whether it is in the rituals, the yoga of Hinduism. Why we consider lotus such a beautiful and divine flower is because of its radiant and resilient property, its quality of resilience. In any kind of waters, whether it is the pond waters or the polluted waters or the muddy waters, the lotus still blooms, and it'll be that divine, beautiful, radiant flower that it is known for, that it is very much known for. And that is a quality of the lotus that we see as divine, that in any and every situation, it can still be strong, beautiful, and elegant, just like Devi Parashakti. So that is the beautiful quality of Devi Parashakti. And excuse me, just offering this offering is such a beautiful way for every one of you to experience oneness with Devi Parashakti and receive her blessings to overcome any situation in your life and radiate that same radiance and resilience in any adversity. Yes. And the next offering is the Swarnameti, the golden toe ring. Sorry, yeah. So this offering is the golden toe ring, and I'll just be chanting the verse. Nakadiditi samchana namajjana tamuguna padadvaya prabha jala parakrita saroruha. You whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness from minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. Yes. So the Swarna Meti, this Meti, the Meti is the golden toe ring. And in fact, this piece of jewelry is worn by all the married Hindu women. And the very significance behind why we offer this, or why a society as a whole, or this ritual adorns women or married women with this beautiful toe ring, is from this very verse. There is referred in this very verse, because in the Hindu tradition, all women are worshipped as Devi Parashakti herself, just like Devi Parashakti wears and is revered. Her very toenails are revered for removing the ignorance of all humankind and being able to remove any kind of darkness in your life. We adorn that with the golden toe ring, and we offer the toe ring to Devi Parashakti, and being the manifestation of all of the different being manifesting in all the different women in the planet Earth. Devi Parashakti also is worshipped through all of the women on planet Earth in the Hindu tradition. Sanatana Hindu Dharma worships and reveres women, and it is a very fundamental part of the Hindu tradition. And in this verse, you can see that the very reference for the golden toe ring. And you can offer this toe ring in order to experience Devi Parashakti's blessings during the whole time. In any and every difficult aspect of your life, you can literally bow down at Devi Parashakti's feet and be assured that she will remove all the darkness, all the ignorance from her. Now, the next offering is the Swarna Mauntika, the golden hairline jewelry, another very auspicious, offering. And in fact, in the Lalita Sahasranamam, Devi Parashakti is referred as the Shuddha Sarabhi Varshani, meaning she who makes the nectar flow in all of the nerves from the Sahasrara, and she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mauntika actually represents the nectar which is overflowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully open. And in fact, the Sahasrara Chakra is known to be the chakra at the very crown of the head and is representative of the brain. And it is known as the 1,000-petaled lotus. So when the 1,000-petaled lotus blooms and it is in full ripe bloom, that's when the nectar is pouring out of this chakra. And that very nectar was represented by the Mauntika. And many times, if you see in the Hindu tradition, the Mauntika is a jewelry which starts at the center of the forehead and comes down to the center of the head, the crown of the head, and comes down to the forehead. And even all women wear this jewelry as a representation of Devi Parashakti. As once again, we worship and revere all Hindu women as forms of Devi Parashakti herself. So this beautiful offering of the Mauntika is what you can offer today in order to achieve the blessings of the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. Yes, and the next offering is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Yes. So just be chanting the verse for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Nakhadiditi samchana namajjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. The illumining splendor of Devi's toenails dispels the darkness of ignorance in devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. Yes. So in Shlokam number 83 of the Saundarya Lahari, it states that the nails that have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings is those whom you should be prostrating, is whom you should be prostrating before. And all of the celestial beings always prostrate before Devi Parashakti. And it is her very pose and her very grace, of course, that will literally liberate you and remove all the darkness. And that is also indicated here when it says that tamoguna, literally it's saying that
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, completing with all the viewers for that technical difficulty. We'll just be continuing on with the session. Yes, as we were explaining, the next offering that we're doing is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. This is another one of the offerings that you can do today. And you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And just doing this offering can remove all the different ignorance, the darkness in your life that you feel, everything. And the beauty of this whole offering as well is that you're offering to Devi Parashakti, who is manifesting through the Nijavatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And you can literally have the grace of offering not just to Devi Parashakti herself, but also to the Guru and to the incarnation of Paramashiva, who is manifesting on planet Earth right now. And especially during this time of the Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam, you will be able to manifest so much in your life. You will be able to see so much change, transformation in your life just through this one offering. Yes, the next slide, please. Yes. And the next offering is the Vastra Seva. And this offering is blesses the Yajaman with all the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And it is the offering of the sacred adornment or the sacred cloth. And it is such a beautiful offering that you can offer the Alankara Seva to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Oh, yes, thank you. We can go on. And the next offering, or see, as you can see here, we have all the different offerings. It was the last of the offerings, and now we have a summary table of all the offerings. So you can see the Ihundi. Nithyanandam, completing with all the viewers for that technical difficulty. And for the technical difficulties, we can go on to the next slide, Ma. Yes, I request if the yes, we can project the slide with the link for the payment. So that all of the viewers can see the links that we have ready for the payment. And this brings us to a conclusion to this segment in today's program, and we'll be beginning the next segment on the Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetam and the various different contributions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done through the Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetam. So yes, we'll now just be projecting the link, and in a few minutes we'll be beginning the next segment. Completing with all the viewers for that technical difficulty. In just a few minutes, we'll be beginning the next segment in today's program. I invite each and every one of you to ensure that you are tuning in, and also make sure that you are in liking and subscribing all the different social media platforms where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa has made their presence and is literally serving the world and ensuring to make super conscious breakthrough happen in the world through the digital platform. So whether it is through YouTube videos or continuously posting the messages of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Facebook and so much more, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally given so much and made himself and all of the work that he has done available to each and every one of you. So you can ensure that you are going and liking and subscribing in all of the different social media platforms. And yes, and we also now have Ma Dayame Swami who is joining us, and we'll be proceeding into the next segment of today's program on the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetam and its various contributions to the world and the ship, literally, that Swamiji has created in order to ensure that each and every one of us sail through this pralaya. So we'll now be concluding this segment, and Madhayame Swami will be continuing on.
Nithyanandam, everyone. So let's enter into our next segment. Thank you, Ma Sadashivapriya. Yes. So with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, and the Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization presents the revival of temple sciences and ecosystems, and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived and working continuously for the Adi Kailasa ship, how it is protecting so many. And let's understand more about this. Let me start with the Sadguru Vandana. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes. So, as all of you already aware that across India, many temples are shut down, many states. The famous temples, which have been a continuous lineage of thousands of years functioning, all these temples are shut down due to the COVID-19 surge. For example, let us see some of the temples which are the famous temples. The Shirdi temple and the Siddhi Vinayaka temple have been shut down. The temple authorities announced, the Ravindranath Thakre, the temple authorities officiating the chief executive officer, the Sai Baba Samsthan Trust, that this administration took the decision after the Maharashtra government recently announced a weekend lockdown and night curfew till indefinite date, due to the widespread of coronavirus. And in another state, the famous Puri Jagannath temple will remain closed for public, keeping in view the surge of COVID-19 cases in Odisha. And also in Puri, the authorities of the temple of Lord Jagannath in the pilgrim town on Sunday. This famous temple is closed for the devotees since May 5th, as a statewide lockdown was imposed by the Odisha government. And the same, not only this temple, but all religious places are closed for public in Bhubaneswar, as city records the highest daily COVID surges recently. The local municipal authorities recently declared a closure of all religious places like temples, mosques, gurudwaras, and churches for devotees from Wednesday till further order. And you can see the another state, Uttar Pradesh, the major Madhura temples ban entry of devotees amid the COVID-19 surge. The two major temples of the Sapta Devalaya, the cluster of 7 temples in Vrindavan, on Saturday banned the entry of devotees in view of the rising COVID-19 cases. And in Gujarat, the famous Somanath temple is closed for darshan due to the rise in the COVID-19 surge. The Somanath temple authorities announced that the temple will remain shut down for devotees since last April 11th from an indefinite period. And in South India, the murtis of one of the Chola era temple have been vandalized in Pudukkottai, Tamil Nadu. A devotee who went to the temple was shocked to find all the murtis in the temple in a beheaded state. He lodged a complaint with the local police later. The Kailasa temple in Kizananchur, a village in Pudukkottai, is said to belong to the era of Kuluchunga Chola II. With Shiva as the presiding deity, the temple houses other deities such as Ganesha, Parvati, Murugan, Krishna, and Nandi. All of these murtis were discovered in a beheaded state just few days ago. So, what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism tirelessly working to revive for all of us the temple experience. Now, in the times where all the temples are shutting down across India due to this, the COVID-19 is rampant, and the ancient temples are in lockdown because of the risk of the widespread corona disease. The devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. At all these ancient sacred sentiments have come down to an harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. So the religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. So let's understand the basics with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. The Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization presents why deity worship, why the religious fervor is lost, why are we saying, and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving. So why deity worship? What happens with the deity worship to us? So please understand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says deities are not mere idols. They are embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols. We worship the ideals represented through the idols. When the divine is present before him in a form that he can see, when we see a form we can relate with. So when we touch the deity, when we do the abhishekam, when we relate with the deity, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. It is so easy to relate with the deity when you see in front. When your eyes are widened with the beauty of the deity, the energy automatically flows towards you. The second, the deities in a real kshetra. Kshetra is a place where the high frequency vibrational energy happens. So in a real kshetra are always carved in the form of ancient masters and enlightened beings. They are energized by the enlightened beings. Even though they are not in the body now, they're no longer in the body, but they can be invoked through the name or form they used while in the physical form. When we pray to the deity or chant its name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, we mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of temples will be the revival of world peace and world bliss. Revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where people are made to look in. That is where the revival of Sanatana Dharma, the Advaita Satya, that means the oneness, the truth of oneness, is going to happen. Now, the any deity, be it a Paramashiva, be it Mahavishnu, any deity, be it Muruga, be it Ganesha, they all have the infinite auspicious qualities. In Sanskrit, we call Ananta Kalyana Gunas. That means Ananta means the infinite. Kalyana means the auspicious. Guna means the attributes. They have infinite attributes, the auspicious attributes. Whenever a devotee calls in with a deep devotion to save, or whenever the world is at stake, the divine immediately manifests with to save the devotee or to save the humanity. That become independent form. For example, Shiva saved Markandeya from death. Markandeya is a child who was destined to die at the age of 16. That's how the destiny is. And but he connected with Paramashiva intensely. His parents were so devastated with his upcoming death because they knew he was going to die shortly and they were devastated. But to remove their sorrow, he connected intensely with Paramashiva with the utmost faith that Paramashiva will save him. And when the time has come, the Lord of Death, Kala, has come to take his life away. That's he intensely hugged the Paramashiva, intensely connected with him. That's when Paramashiva appeared along with Devi and saved Markandeya from the Kala, become Kala Kala. And that when Paramashiva manifested himself to save Markandeya from death and bestow him the eternal, the boon of the Amaratva, the Markandeya who was destined to die as a young boy who become immortal by worshipping Paramashiva. And the Paramashiva manifested to save Markandeya, become the independent deity as Kala Kala. The same way, Paramashiva dance in ecstasy, does the Panchakrityas, the creation, the sustenance, the rejuvenation, and pulling out of delusion, and the giving us the liberation. All these Panchakrityas, he does it so casually with the form of dance. He dances and all these Panchakrityas happen. So that dance form of Paramashiva, we call, he became Nataraja. Mahavishnu's every action of showering blessings on the world becomes Lakshmi. At the same way, Brahma's every action of constantly sharing the wisdom becomes Saraswati. So each of the actions of the ultimate becomes independent intelligence and energy. So when you connect with those independent intelligences, those deities, whatever you want immediately happens. Whatever result you want, worship with that rights those divine energies who are the personification of those specific actions. So you will expect the immediate result are achieved by connecting with those deities. In this world, this can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life by connecting the deities. And let us see now the Kailasa's temple ecosystems. So Kailasa is a place where everything related to super consciousness is revived. all the sampradayas, that means the traditions, all the sects, all the multiple sects of Hinduism, each exploring the signs of awakening the individual peak possibility. It's nothing but the divine, which is time tested, foolproof way, everything related to that super consciousness, to give a super consciousness breakthrough to humanity, is revived in Kailasa, which is includes all the sampradayas, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way that it never get lost again. There is forever serving the humanity. Now let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own voice about the Kailasa.
I am going to revive Hinduism by setting up a model community, enlightenment ecosystem. I am going to create absolutely from the scratch newly self-sustaining, temple-based Hindu ancient enlightenment ecosystem and civilization based on that. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva himself manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem, and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world.
See, the adulation of violence in recent lifestyle has enabled disruption in several nations, affecting millions of lives with mental distress, physical health elements, and defalcation of food supply and pinpointed destruction to the infrastructure of several countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has dedicated his entire life and made it in his mission to bring global peace from the ground level through the Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and the Department of Human Services, to bring harmony to humanity, to create a life of freedom and peace for every individual on the planet Earth through the revival of the temple ecosystem. The director of the National Institute of Mental Health, the Joshua Gordon, pointed out that in a National Institute of Environmental Health Studies on the issue March 2021, he says that the both risk and preventive influences on mental health. He grouped such factors into three types. The first, individual factors such as the microbiome. The second, the natural and built components include green spaces, housing, and highways, which may play a role in health disparities. And the social factors like family structure, poverty, and other social determinants of health. From 1994 to this date, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked tirelessly in the revival of temple ecosystems globally. Through Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and the Department of Human Services, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, this lifelong commitment to the mission and vision of bringing global harmony, sustainable living, and the reproducible ecosystems has been proven in building active and contributing temple ecosystems around the world. Now let us see some of the pictures how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived since way back from 2001, since over a period of 26 years. This picture that you see is from 21st October 2006, following a sacred banyan tree in Adi Kailasa. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, along with the children of Nithyananda Gurukul, celebrate the auspicious occasion of Diwali. This picture is taken from Bidadi, Bangalore in Adi Kailasa. And you can see this blissful pictures, which is taken in 2018, the 22nd, 2018, where the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop, which took place in this Adi Kailasa, Bangalore, the celebrations of this traditional flag hoisting ceremony. And these pictures that you see, where you find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the meditation workshop called Nithyananda Purana Convention, where it's also called as Life Bliss Program Level 2, where you see the thousands of people attending this meditation workshop. This picture is taken on 14th December 2006, and you can see the another program 17th December 2006, which is same the program Nithyananda Purana Convention, which is also called Life Bliss Program Level 2 at St. Peter Engineering College, where you can see thousands of devotees attending this program. And this picture, you will see the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embark on the Himalayan Yatra, the traditional sacred pilgrimage to the Himalayan mountains and up the river Ganga, Harshil, India. This picture is taken on 26th May 2006. And this picture, we'll see where the Supreme, you will see thousands and thousands of devotees are in a procession. This picture is taken on 20th December 2011. The temple ecosystem in Tiruvannamalai serves as the driving factor in manifesting the lifestyle of health, wealth, and well-being of for the citizen of Tiruvannamalai, one of the remaining living temple ecosystem. And you can see this blissful, beautiful picture, which is taken on 31st December 2018. The peacekeepers of Kailasa and participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the morning meditation and the traditional puja or ritualistic worship. This picture is taken in Adi Kailasa, Bidadi, Bangalore. And you can see this blissful pictures are taken on 17th August 2014, where on the eve of Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is distributing the butter as part of the celebrations and at the Bidadi, Bangalore in Adi Kailasa. And you can see some more pictures. You can see the blissful faces of the continued celebrations on the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations. This picture again taken on the same date, 17th August 2014. And you can see some more pictures where the food distribution is happening as part of these Krishna Janmashtami celebrations. And you can see this picture where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism demonstrating and he himself participating in the Kara Seva. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, took part in the Kara Seva, which is voluntary contribution of physical service towards the cleaning or construction of the sacred Hindu temple in Adi Kailasa. This picture is taken on 11th September 2016. And you can see this picture where you find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, arrives with many volunteers and the peacekeepers of Kailasa to provide the relief efforts to the cyclone hit Pondicherry region through the distribution of food, water, and basic necessities, medical camps, and the clearing of the local roads for further relief efforts. This picture is taken on Pondicherry, India on 2nd January 2013. And you can see some more pictures from Thane flood relief food preparations. And this picture again taken on Pondicherry, 4th January 2012. And you can see some more pictures on 3rd January 2012, where medical camps on relief of the Thane flood relief. And now you can see this picture of Kailasa's ecosystems around the world, spread across the continents and across many thousands of ecosystems across the continents, across the globe. You'll find the ecosystems. Now, way back in 2001, where you can find a picture where in 1994, Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai is traditionally passed on to the hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam by Mataji Vibhudananda Puri. And you can see in the same ecosystem where in the picture taken on 2017, the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai receiving the thousands of visitors and delegates for the Kalpataru meditation workshop and the Shiva Diksha. You can see Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly serving the Annadan and the traditional temple services. This picture is taken on January 2011. And you can see this picture is taken on 11th March 2017 in Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, where thousands arrived to celebrate the enlightenment ecosystem in Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, where you can see the thousands and thousands of devotees are meeting traditionally the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And you'll see the picture now of the first Adhinam, Tiruchengodu Sarvajna Peetam, which is also called as Adi Nithyananda Peetam, the first temple ecosystem established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the age of just 23 on the banks of the sacred river Kaveri way back in 2001. This was the start of the borderless Hindu temple ecosystem we now know as the Kailasa. And you can see this picture is the headquarters in India, the Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Peetam, Bidadi, Bangalore. After having a vision of the sacred banyan tree, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the Adi Kailasa temple ecosystem with the same banyan tree at his heart, the main headquarters of Kailasa way back in 2003. And now you're seeing the pictures of the deities and the sacred banyan tree, the leftmost picture. Through the live stream, you can see these pictures continuously. You can have the darshan of the Kalpataru, the banyan tree, the Kalpa Vriksha, and the main deities of the temple, Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetam, the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti, and the Nithyanandeshwara Linga, the rightmost picture, which is continuously available to all of you from wherever you are through live stream. And you can see the Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Peetam in Bidadi, the continuous flow of worship and rituals. The temple services are happening. Now you can see the picture from the outside of India, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the various temples, the Sarvajna Peetams across the globe. And this picture that you're seeing is from Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio, where the first temple established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism outside of India. This temple physically come to life in just 9 months. The chief presiding deities of this temple are Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti, the deities of the chief presiding The deities are 7 feet tall granite and weighing 6 tons, and their divine faces have been carved directly, hand carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you can see these pictures are from the headquarters of the Western Hemisphere, Kailasa in Los Angeles, California. The Los Angeles temple, first inaugurated in 2005, then established in its permanent location in 2007, which houses the largest Shivalinga and the Rajarajeshwari Devi in North America. You can see more blissful pictures from this Kailasa in Los Angeles, California. The temple actually consists of 25,000 square foot and housing over 80 plus deities. It is one of the largest Hindu temple ecosystems in the West. And you can see the pictures that you find in another ecosystem where Kailasa in Seattle, Washington, the housing the blissful dancing form of Ganesha and the largest living Nataraja deity outside of India. The Kailasa in Seattle is also known as the Chidambaram of the West. The Chidambaram temple is an ancient temple where Paramashiva resides as the cosmic dancer, the Nataraja, the cosmic dancer, an expression of the Akasha, the space dimension. The Nataraja has also been revealed to be the center of Earth magnetic equator. Now you can see the pictures are from Kailasa in San Jose, California. Inaugurated in 2009, Kailasa in San Jose radiates the energy of the Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Devi Meenakshi, the Shivalinga, and the Nithyanandeshwara Linga, and Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti, which have been created, installed, and energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Now you can see the pictures are from St. Louis, Missouri, along with the Shivalinga and Nityananda Ganesha. The Kailasa in St. Louis carries the energy of the Tirumala Tirupati of South India, which houses one of the tallest Venkateshwara deities in North America, along with his consorts Sri Devi and Bhudevi. The beautiful landscape nestled among the woods and the rolling hills of Missouri stretches for 20 acres. Tirumala Tirupati is one of the most beloved of Lord Vishnu's temple, whose temple is the most visited of any religion in the world. Now you can see the pictures are from Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona, home to over 21 deities and with a temple structure of 2,500 square foot. Kailasa in Phoenix has been directly established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, serving as an energy field of worship, meditation, and celebration for over 7 years. Now you're seeing the pictures of Kailasa in Houston, Texas. Formally inaugurated in 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared Kailasa in Houston as the Parihara Sthala for all the Navagraha doshas. Dosha is a sin that you committed, a karma that you did, which you have to bound to experience the result of what bad action you did. So Navagrahas align to that and make you get that result. But when you are repenting that, when you are realizing your actions, the karmas, to nullify that, to reduce that effect, you can do the parihara, that means the prayashchitta. So that is the Kailasa in Houston represents that, which all this temple, all the ill effects of the 9 celestial bodies are removed. Now you're seeing the picture from Kailasa in Toronto, Canada, inaugurated on July 2011. Kailasa in Toronto is the only Hindu temple in the West with all 63 Naimanars and the 18 Siddhas residing as deities. The temple deities here are seated exactly as they existentially preside in Kailasa around Paramashiva, the primordial deity of Hinduism. Kailasa in Toronto, active and alive from 2011 onwards, the Kailasa in Toronto has been blessed to radiate the super consciousness energy of Kailasa. This temple ecosystem goes on providing various temple services to the community, such as Annadhan, traditional Hindu ceremonies, and various offerings of sessions and various other activities. Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, the Department of Human Services, and each of Kailasa's temple ecosystems consider the right of happiness to be the highest fundamental right of all humans, in fact, all beings. The ultimate goal for Hinduism and Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the material and the spiritual well-being and prosperity to humanity. Now, you'd like to join one of these Kailasas, join COVID care protection centers and register now through the link below. The link is https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let us understand the contributions from the Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship during the COVID-19 pandemic. You can see the live stream, the Kalpataru, the Kalpa Vriksha, that means the wish fulfilling tree, the sacred banyan tree from the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Pitam. Continuously, you can put a request and fulfill your wish. The Kalpa Vriksha grants the wish that you request. You can see this service from the live stream. You can watch this Kalpa Vriksha tree, the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Pitam. And the deities, Maha Mrityunjaya Homa, the various temple services, through various temple services, the Abhishekams, which are live stream, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's various satsangs every day, which enriches, transforms, and various initiations that we get via two-way video conferencing every day. On 12th May 2021, Devi Parashakti herself revealed through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that I came as Nija Avatar. I am blessing you. Listen, people, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nija Avatar. People of India, listen. Carefully listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened being comes. We cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live. It has to flower. The few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies' rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas, by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take a dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidya Sarovar, they will not have death. They will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will have a dip in an Ananda Lingam. On 13th May 2021, Devi revealed further that listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidyasarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nija Avatara without confusion and without talking just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. The scores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana, water feast, and medicine to get health and protection and enlightenment to protect India from the great destruction. I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its not only doors to all without exception. Join COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. Now you see the glimpses of Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam in Adi Kailasa ship. The various temple rituals that are happening, the various fire rituals, and you can see more of these pictures, glimpses of Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam Adi Kailasa. You can see the various abhishekams, archanas, chantings, and fire rituals. See the abhishekams happening, the alankarams happening, and the kalyana utsavam happening, the festival of various festivals happening. Join now COVID case protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. Take few minutes and join now. Register yourself, and we'll have a next segment in just after a short break. Now let's understand the various Annadana services across from the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetam. Yes. So how, once you join, how you are protected? How the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has provided the multi-layer quarantine in these COVID care centers. Let us understand a little bit more. The multi-layer quarantine COVID care protection centers at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, Kailasa Department of Enlightened Civilization presents this. Now, across the world, due to the rise in pandemic, it's creating hunger catastrophe across the world, not only in India. The pandemic has led to increase in global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in almost every country. It has exacerbated existing inequalities, pushing millions of people into the vicious cycles of economic stagnation, loss of livelihood, and worsening of food insecurity. And you can see the due to this COVID-19 is creating a hunger catastrophe in India. The World Bank estimates that the 71 million people will be pushed into extreme poverty across the globe as a result of pandemic. The World Food Program estimates that an additional 130 million people could fall into category of food insecure over and about 820 million who were classified as such as by the 2019 state of food insecurity in the world report. You can see the report now. And hunger in plain sight. COVID-19 worsens the plight of food insecurity. More than 50 million people have experienced food insecurity during this pandemic, up from 35 million in 2019, according to the Feeding America nonprofit, the nation's largest domestic hunger relief organization. Child malnutrition and hunger skyrocket in Haiti as COVID-19 infections spike. At least 86,000 children are at risk of developing severe acute child malnutrition this year in Haiti, according to the sources connected to the United Nations Children's Fund. The number of children projected to suffer from starvation this year has doubled as the impoverished nation continues to grapple with extraordinary political and social crisis exacerbated in the pandemic. The refugees are paying the highest price in the COVID-19 pandemic. Vulnerable groups such as refugees are paying the highest price in the COVID-19 pandemic. We are seeing alarming trends that show many refugees around the world are unable to pay for food or rent and are struggling to access healthcare and education. Prices hike in local markets and further displacement caused by campfires have pushed many families further into food insecurity. During April and May, around 30,000 refugees in Cox's Bazar camps raised questions and concerns, with 63% seeking services, including urgent food relief and shelter. Just over one third, that is 37%, requested health or medical care. The famine risk spike amidst conflict, COVID-19 and funding gaps. The number of people teething on the brink of famine has risen from 34 million projected as the beginning of the year to 41 million projected as of June. He said, without immediate emergency food assistance, they too face starvation, as the slightest shock will push them over the cliff into famine conditions. World Bank releases report on growing food insecurity that on June 13, 2021, it releases the report that the World Bank, according to the report, the food insecurity rates in response to the COVID-19 pandemic on May 20th, 2021 stated that COVID-19 impacts have led to severe and widespread increases in global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in almost every country, with impacts expected to continue through 2021 and into 2022. It also states that the global food prices increased significantly by 38% since January 2020. The World Economic Forum states that 155 million people are caught up in food crisis of varying severity. 133,000 people in Burkina Faso, the South Sudan, and Yemen are most at risk. 10 countries account for two-thirds of these facing acute hunger. The resilience of agri-food systems is being eroded by conflict, insecurity, and environmental trends. Join now, save your life, protect your life from the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. And now let us listen what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is saying, revealing about the food that we eat and what we provide to this pandemic. You become what you eat. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, what you eat contributes to what you think. What you think contributes to what you cognize. What you cognize contributes to what you are. So what you eat directly affects to what you are, and that is why I am making the statement, you become what you eat. What is in your plate matters, because that is going to become you. Violence-based food derived from killing animals and life negative, chemical-based, toxic food both harm the system equally. The organic vegetarian food is not just for the health, it gives you an inner space, physical system, and psychological flow to develop the highest psychology. To develop highest psychology, not only your physical system, even your physiological flow needs to cooperate. Your brain is constructed for all these higher things. When you don't explore the higher things, you are bound to feed the lower things and keep your brain engaged for survival. If you don't explore the higher dimensions of consciousness, you will force yourself into the drugs and try to explore the hallucination, imaginary, illusionary dimensions of the universe. Human body is naturally designed for vegetarian food. The inner mechanisms like feeling, thinking, words, everything is designated to function with vegetarian food. It is like having a generator which can handle only 220 volts current, or a UPS which can handle only 220 volts current. But it is given 220,000 volts current, what will happen? It will get fused. The food without anxiety, fear, depression, biomemories, if they are consumed by the person, the energy with which they think, the energy with which they utter words, the energy with which they act, the energy with which they feel, everything will be aligned to the natural source of energy. It will be aligned to nature, which is the inner potential energy. Kailasas Annalayas, the free organic vegetarian sattvic meal for everyone, one and all, to eliminating the hunger. The developmental, economic, social, and medical impacts of malnutrition and famine have a critical impact on the individual, familial, community, national, ultimately on the global level. With the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic triggering an alarming spike in food insecurity, the United Nations have given warnings of famines of biblical proportions. In 2020 alone, 690 million people were estimated to be pushed into food insecurity. The access and availability to organic food has become the utmost importance. through the Kailasa's Department of Agriculture. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has committed to the distribution of free organic food to everyone, not just since the beginning of his public life, but from his very upbringing itself. Kailasa's Annalayas, the food bank established all across the globe, distributes and serves free vegetarian organic food for people of all castes, creed, religion, race, gender, and social standing. The Kailasa's Department of State, under the Red Om, providing relief work for natural and man-made calamities, working to eliminate world's hunger. Personally organizing relief efforts and free organic food distribution for the Thane food relief in Pondicherry region. The picture that you see, we will revive the food supply system of Kailasa. Before you get hungry, food will be ready. Continuous Annadan. I am not giving any fantasy. It is already becoming a reality. You can see Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. On 17th June 2019, he himself serving to everyone present. You can see some more pictures way back in 2002. On 22nd November, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving early days of Kailasa spiritual mission, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offering the Annadan, providing a free organic vegetarian meal on Kartikeya Deepam, Tiruvannamalai, India. You can see some more pictures way back in 2013. Even with a fractured hand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism engaged in selfless work day and night, inspiring the peacekeepers of the sovereign order of Kailasa to engage in selfless service, leading the nation of Kailasa by example. In 2011, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a multiple compound fracture with the bone protruding out of the skin. In 2013, the two steel implants that were fastened in 2011 were removed as the bones had healed completely. This picture is after that surgery. You can see this picture in 2012, 3rd Jan, Pondicherry, Thane Food Relief. And you can see this picture, again, another picture from Thane Flood Relief, 3rd Jan 2012. And some more pictures of Thane Flood Relief, 3rd Jan 2012. And you can see this picture from 9th September 2012, Nithyananda Annalaya inauguration in Tiruvannamalai, India. And on 25th 2005, Ananda Yoga Health Workshop, where the food is served to thousands of devotees. And you can see the thousands of food distribution is happening, where you find the Supreme Pontiff of himself serving the food. This picture was taken on 12th December 2007, Nithyananda Spurana Meditation Workshop, Salem, India. And you can see this picture in Tiruvannamalai on 20th September 2012. And you can see this picture, Kartikeya Deepam celebrations, 27th November 2012, the Kartikeya Deepam celebrations, where the food distribution to thousands of devotees, in fact, lakhs of devotees, were done on a single day. 10th May 2017, the Inner Awakening Meditation Workshop, where the food is served in Tiruvannamalai. 10th April 27, Kalpataru Meditation Workshop, where the food distribution is happening. 5th May 2016, Bandhara Feast, served for respected spiritual leaders and Hindu monks, where you see thousands of monks and devotees are distributing a served food. And you can see this picture taken on 28th April 2016, Kalpataru Meditation Workshop. Arunachala Sarvajna Peetam, Tirunamala, India, where the 11th March 27, where the free distribution of food. Then 18th August and 2019, Tiruchangadu Sarvajna Peetam, India. And Annadan distribution during the Guru Purnima, the traditional celebrations of Guru, the Kailasa in Houston in the Western Hemisphere, and 6th July 2019. You can see this picture from 8th December 2016 during the program of Sadashivoham meditation workshop, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the food. During the pandemic, 30th May 2020, the picture is taken on this day. Annadan is serving the Kailasa's peacekeepers are distributing the free food to in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis. This picture is taken in Madurai, India. Now, let's watch a video, the proof of necessity for Annadan, the Bengal famine.
What I found in researching the Bengal famine was that Churchill did several things that greatly aggravated the death toll. India was being used extensively for the war effort. Indian resources, Indian soldiers, and Churchill repeatedly refused to acknowledge the fact that the extent to which India was used could lead to famine.
Viceroy to India, Archibald Wavell, called the Bengal famine one of the greatest disasters to have befallen people under British rule, and said the reputational damage was incalculable. During one government discussion about famine relief, Secretary of State for India Leopold Amery recorded Mr. Churchill saying that any aid sent would be insufficient because Indians bred like rabbits.
What I found in researching the Bengal famine.
In 1943 to 1944, in the man-made famine of Bengal, as per existing records, 3+ million were murdered. The Prime Minister of the world's biggest empire, controlling the 1/3 of mankind, claimed they could not do anything about the people dying of hunger because Hindus bred like rabbits and the famine was their fault. In 2016, Ujjain, in Ujjain Kumbh Mela, the peacekeepers of Kailasa served organic food to over 3+ million. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, under the leadership of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has served more than 1 billion free meals in past 26 years and are determined to end hunger and poverty in all its forms. Kailasa, with 200 peacekeepers at any given time, can deliver what even one of the biggest countries could not deliver. Kailasa is not driven by war, fear, or greed. It is an enlightenment-based nation driven by selfless service. The Vedagamas, the source of Hindu scriptures, declares Annam Bahukurvita. That means let us provide food, let us produce food in large quantities. Through the widespread distribution and promotion of free, healthy, organic food, Kailasa's global peacekeepers, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serve such that we may achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustenance agriculture globally. Annadan is the vision to end poverty and hunger in all its forms. Join now to protect yourself and save your life from this pandemic. Join the COVID care protection centers. Register now through the Kailasa link below. http://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. On 12th May 2021, Devi Parashakti revealed that through Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, revealed that I came as Nija Avatar. I am blessing you. Listen, people, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nija Avatar. People of India, listen. Carefully listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened beings come. We cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live. It has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion. We cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam Navapashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidya Sarovar, they will not have death. They will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will come and dip in Ananda Lingam. On 30th May, Devi continued to reveal that listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nija Avatara without confusion and without talking, just as lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Scores of people will come there looking for health. Navapashana, what a feast and medicine to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened his doors to all without exception. So there are free COVID care centers opened across India. Adi Kailasa in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem Adhinam, Tamil Nadu, Tirunamalai Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalam Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adhinam in Pondicherry, Pattanam Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Srirangapadi Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Sripuram Adhinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalam Erode and Huzur Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adhinam in Gujarat. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Spiritual services offered during pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Cosmic revelations on global pandemic. The free social services offered during pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies across India includes medical care, which includes allopathy, Ayurvedic, and Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, and emergency ambulances with ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks, organic farming. Join now and protect your life. Join the COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https:// // kailasa.org Kailasa care. The groceries, you can see the pictures, various pictures of the measurements that are taken on these COVID care protection centers. The groceries collected for Annadan. You can see Ayurvedic, Sattvic, vegetarian food distribution. The Adinavasis of Adi Kailasa continued working round the clock in organizing the storage of groceries to accommodate the large number of people arriving for Kailasa's COVID protection initiative. Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, India, the Kailasa Department of Agriculture, providing the banana plantation in Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, a glimpse of self-sustainability, a lifestyle being cultivated in multi-layered quarantine facilities. You can see some more pictures of the Kailasa Department of Agriculture, present the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, India. The Department of Agriculture's mission is to research and implement environment-friendly, sustainable, economy-friendly methods of agriculture. The next pasture of land was prepared by deweeding, irrigation, and preparing of manure. You can see these pictures. And you can see more blissful pictures from this Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham Department of Housing, present in the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, that Adinavasis are working in full swing, helping facilitate all the requirements needed to accommodate the hundreds and hundreds of people coming in for protection from the COVID-19 pandemic. This picture is taken on 7th June 2021. You can see this picture from the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, the Department of Health. As the third wave of COVID-19 hits the world, the medical and emergency response team raises their preventive measures. The preventive measures, each individual is guided to take at least 11-minute vaporization before meal and receive their supplements. The only hope for humanity. Kailasa Department of Agriculture, you can see some more pictures that from the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham. The organic sattvic meals include a balance of steamed rice cakes, curries, and fruits. All items are verified per meal and distributed to different locations in Adi Kailasa campus. Join now for these COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org, kailasa.org, kailasa.org/Kailasa care, which is Kailasa care, Kailasa care. Now we'll have a short break. After joining in these COVID care centers, what is your routine? How you are how your level of physical, wherever level you are in, whatever elements that you are in, how you are taken from the next shift in your physical, mental, psychological, starting with the morning spiritual routine. The members of Kailasa Protective Preventive Multi-Layered Quarantine, how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism insists on the morning routine. The morning spiritual routine is the fuel to reach Kailasa. Morning routine and the chemical changes it brings in you and the healing it does in your system and the all of them are very important. It is an important fuel for you to experience the multiple dimensions of the universe. Spiritual routine and integrative spiritual routine initiations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are completely private, personal between you and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So, what does consist of the morning routine? Members of Kailasa's protective, preventive, multi-layered quarantine initiative take part every day in the morning spiritual routine here in Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetam. The morning spiritual routine consists of Nithyananda Yoga, Panchakriya, Nitya Pratyaksha Paduka Puja, Kashayam, the herbal drink, and Nitya Satsang by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The morning spiritual routine will tune to your biological clock to the spiritual practices because the chemistry you enjoy inside matters. The morning spiritual routine changes, transforms your biological uh, the system. That the biological, the chemistry the you enjoy inside matters. That decides the kind of plane of the universe, the dimension of the universe you are going to experience. Kailasa or Pralaya, as Kailasa or Patala, uh, Swarga or Naraka. The morning spiritual routine is the direct path to Kailasa. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, person who is in love will wait to spend time with the beloved. If you are a seeker, you will be waiting for this 5 hours every day because that is the time you get near what you are seeking very closely. A person who is in love will be waiting to spend time with the beloved. A person who is seeking will be waiting to spend this 4 to 5 hours because this is the time you get closest to what you are seeking. Your seeking takes shape into the system. When your beloved comes near you, if you are tired and love is gone, dead. During this morning 4 hours, if you are bored, your seeking is dead and gone. Now you need to thorough, you need to go through overhauling inside you. You need to ask yourself, you need to question many of your answers. You need to bring pure questioning back to your life. So let's see what are these morning spiritual routine and what are they, how do we do. The morning Nitya Yoga, everyday yoga. When you do yoga, you experience your entire body becoming Amrita Sharira, the body filled with nectar. Amrita is nectar, Sharira is body. If it becomes an ecstatic body just by the air, without any external touch. And you'll be guided to how to do this Nitya Yoga with the first yoga series, Pratama Vinyasa Krama. Then before that, actually, you do the Panchakriya. Before you even coming to the yoga, you will start with the Panchakriya. The Panchakriya involves the 5 powerful processes to remove toxins and impurities from your system. Just like how we take a shower every day to clean the external parts of our body, Panchakriya is a powerful cleaning process which cleanses the internal organs of our body. Keeping it cool, these techniques not only cleanse our body but bring peace and balance to our mind and lightness and bliss to our being. After the Panchakriya and after the yoga, we will do the puja, Nitya Puja, Pratyaksha Paduka Puja to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the other pujas. In puja, you experience a space of bhakti, the devotion, the space of surrender that occurs to you from this devotion moves you from the I, who is so heavy, to the Guru or God. This surrender allows us to drop all the unnecessary baggage from the head. One of the beautiful pujas in Hinduism is Rudrabhishekam. In Rudrabhishekam, we offer sacred bath to the Shivalinga while chanting the powerful mantras. The Shivalinga is a deity which beautifully represents the divine. Its from the its form indicates how God is beyond form and formless. In the puja, we sit down and connect with the God by performing the Rudrabhishekam. O Sadashiva, O God, O Paramashiva, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in this Shivalinga, and you are in this body. Let me connect with my higher self. Let you reveal yourself to me. When we sit in that power, when we sit with that context, and do the action of Rudrabhishekam, we experience the Bhava Samadhi. Only in Bhava Samadhi can give us the higher state and higher joy in life. Rudrabhishekam is a beautiful ritual which allows us to experience the Bhava Samadhi of Shivoham, that I am divine. Manifest Shakti, spiritual powers with morning routine. When you do integrity to this morning routine, you will start manifesting various Shaktis. If you just follow this morning 5 hours enough, you will have the Vak Shakti. Whatever you say will become reality. All Shaktis manifesting in you, because all obstacles for manifesting Shaktis, the tiredness, the boredom, pitta, fatigue, everything will be churned out in that morning 5 hours. The morning puja is the most powerful mandala process, Shakti Pata, melting your being, and then sitting and listening to the sacred truths, thus Nitya Satsang by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Just this morning 5 hours, if you can bring integrity and authenticity, all the obstacles that stopping you from power manifestation will disappear. So if you can perform all the spiritual practices by yourself, like the morning yoga and nitya puja, but there will always be a risk of losing your initial inspiration and excitement after a few days and after a few weeks. So living in the enlightenment ecosystem, even if your boredom or tiredness try to pull you down, the sangha will support you, help you by giving you a wake up call, supporting you to complete your incompletions. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we had at least 10,000 sampradayas, religions, spiritual traditions, keeping this enlightenment science alive. Each Hindu sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created for keeping the enlightenment science alive. Every monastery, every adhinam, every mutt, every temple, every Veda Patashala, every Sarvajna Pita is a lineage. Sampradaya created to keep the ecosystem of spiritual enlightenment alive. We may say, some may say Shakta, some may say Yoga, some may be Vedanta, some may be Tantra, some may be Shakta Vedanta, some may be Shaiva Tantra, some may be Yoga Vedanta, some may be Yoga Shaiva, some may be Vaidika Shaiva, all kinds of permutation and combination. But each temple, each mutt, each monastery, each adhinam, each Veda Patashala, each Sannyasa Sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created to keep the enlightenment science alive of that Sampradaya. So join now any of these ecosystems, join the COVID care protection centers, register now through the link below, Kailasa, https colon / kailasa.org / Kailasa care. Link is projected online, where kailasa.org, the Kailasa spelling is Kailasa, Kailasa with double A, and / Kailasa care with one A, Kailasa care, Kailasa care. So link is projected online right now. You can register and join this one of the COVID care protection centers and save your life. Now it's time we move on to the next segment of this program after a short break.
we get you health, we get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life, we get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities.
Welcome back. Now we'll see some more facts of Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunity for India during this COVID-19 as a practical solution resulting in health, joy and bliss. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam blessings, Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization presents this. Now let's listen from the Devi Parashakti's revelations to the world. Krimi Bhojanam, hell opened in India. Let's listen from in her own words, a short clip.
நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் 2 எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறு என்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக்கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் கிருமி போஜனம் எனும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் ஆட்டம் யாராலும் அடக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு ஆரம்பித்து விட்டது. புதிதாய் உருக்கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த நுண்ணுயிரி மைல்கள் கடந்தும் காற்றினில் உயிரோடு இருந்து மற்ற உயிர்களையும் அழித்து உடல்களை தின்னும் பெரும் வலிவு கொண்ட பேரசுரர்களாய் வலம் வரத் துவங்கி விடுகின்றது. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், அது ஒன்றே வழி. அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தை திறந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றேன். உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டி விரும்பும் எல்லோரும் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. இந்தியாவில்தான் இந்த நரகம் திறந்து உலகெங்கும் பரவப் போகின்றது. கிருமி போஜன நரகம் பூமிக்கு வந்துவிட்டது. மனிதர்கள் செய்த மகா கொடுமைகளினால். அன்னை முன்னின்று என் அடியவரை காப்பேன் சொல்வதை கேட்டு உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புவோர் வருமுன் காப்பது ஒன்றே வழி என்று தெரிந்து செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். நீ
Devi Parashakti on 31st May 2021 revealed that everyone in India, all of you listen, the hell of Krimi Bhojanam that was mentioned by Vyasa in Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and protection. It is the only way deadly corona life-taking disease has brought the hell known as Krimi Bhojanam to earth. The dance of Aroga Tandava, which no one could control, has started. This microorganism that has formed will be alive in air for miles together. Destroying other souls, it will eat bodies. It has started roaming as great demons with tremendous strength. Understand properly, prevention is the only way. For that, I have opened Adi Kailasa. For those who want to save their lives, all of you run to Adi Kailasa. Only in India, this hell is going to open and is going to spread to the whole world. The Krimi Bhojanam hell has come to the earth because of the sufferings done by humans. Mother, I will protect those at my feet. Those who listen to me and wish to save their lives, learning that prevention is the only way, go to Adi Kailasa. The Krimi Bhojana, the scriptural references in various scriptures. It is of 28 hells described in Hindu scriptures, where people are sent to suffer in a pit to be eaten up by the worms. In Garuda Purana, in one of the chapter, cosmogony of hell and the nether regions and Devi Bhagavata Purana, it is mentioned. In chapter 21 on the narrative of health, it is mentioned, and chapter 22 on the narrative of the sins leading to health, it is mentioned. And in the Shiva Purana, chapter 16, uplift from the hell, section 5, it is mentioned. And in Skanda Purana, chapter 12, redemption from hells, it is mentioned. And chapter 2, the merit of visiting Setu, it is mentioned. And chapter 30, glory of Danishkoti, it is mentioned. The Bhagavata Purana, chapter 20, hells in nether regions, and chapter 6, 106, suffering in hell, it is mentioned. And in Padma Purana, chapter 48, section on the nether world, it is mentioned. And you can see the various statistics and the world, how it is suffering from this statistic. Coronavirus around the world. What are the total deaths, total confirmed cases, and the latest daily figure and latest daily figures of infected disease. You can see the various statistics, current status of the world, and you can see some more statistics. A quiet revelation has permeated global health circles. Authorities have come to accept that many researchers have argued for over a year. The coronavirus can spread through the air. That new acceptance by the World Health Organization and the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention comes with the concrete implications. Scientists are calling for ventilation systems to be overhauled like public water supplies were in the 1800s after fetid pipes were found to harbor cholera. Cleaner indoors air won't just fight the pandemic, it will minimize the risk of catching flu and other respiratory infections that cost the US more than 50 billion a year. Researchers said in a study in the General Science on Friday, recently, avoiding these germs and their associated sickness and productivity losses would therefore offset the cost of upgrading ventilation and filtration in buildings. The world's most infectious disease, now airborne, published by Mint. And he was right. The SARS, SARS, very small particle that disperse quickly outdoors, but can build up inside indoors. These particles can affect people who stay more than 6 feet away. And the hodgepodge of marks Americans have adopted many may provide some COVID protection, but they do not render an unsafe situation safe. Through scientists have been discussing airborne transmission for months. It was only last week that the World Health Organization and CDE made this official. With the vaccine rollout and still in its early days across the world, these officials should follow up these belated admission with guidance that unvaccinated people can use to minimize their risk. It continues. In a letter, who have scientists told World Health Organization, how does disease pass from one person to another? The story so far is on the recent, on Monday, July 6, 239 scientists from 32 countries put their signatures on the open letter that said COVID-19 is also transmitted via aerosols. Tilted, it is a time to address airborne transmission of COVID-19 and address to the World Health Organization. They said there was enough evidence to show that viruses are related to release during exhalation, talking, coughing as micro droplets small enough to remain aloft and pose a risk of exposure at distances beyond 1 to 2 meters from someone who is infected over the 3 feet to 6 feet recommended for physical distancing between people to avoid transmission. The current state of India, you can see the confirmed cases active, and you can see across the states of across the states of India in Tamil Nadu statistics. The Times of India published the figures to watch in recent statistics. Various statistics and across the districts. And in Maharashtra, statistics, as you see, the cases are in thousands and thousands. And in Mumbai, case summary for Mumbai from 3 lakh to 7 lakh, just a day of June 2nd, 2021. And the statement made by the government that home quarantine is not possible in India by Himansa Biswa Sarma, the Assam Chief Minister, said that the home quarantine is one prime reason for the large number of deaths during the second wave of COVID-19 in Assam. Assam, on Monday, witnessed 92 deaths, which was the highest single-day death in the state. Sharma said that we have seen more death cases happening from home isolation, as several people do not keep oximeters and some do not read the counts in the meter properly. The Economic Times published that Maharashtra government on Tuesday announced the decision to stop home quarantine in 18 districts, which show higher COVID positivity rate than the state's average. State's Public Health Minister Rajesh Tope said that the decision is taken to ensure better healthcare facilities to patients in districts which are showing higher positivity rate. And the Business Line published that about 40% of houses have just a single room, which is shared by about 5 persons. About 41% households in India have just one room or don't have an exclusive living room, and about 5 people share such accommodations. About 32% of the household have just 2 rooms, and adding to the O's is in fact that only 47% of households have access to water within the premises and 42% do not have a bathing facility within the premises. In order to utilize India's healthcare infrastructure optimally to manage the expanding fallout of coronavirus, the central government on 27th April signaled a change in approach from mandating that every person who tests positive for the virus be moved to isolation beds in dedicated hospitals or units. The government allowed home quarantine for these with mild symptoms. The key additional condition was that their house should allow for self-quarantine, that in India it is easier than said. According to the census 2011, about 42% of Indian households were living in houses where an average 3 to more people were sharing a room. In the context of coronavirus, this challenge of physical distancing is greater in rural areas, the 45% of the households, than in urban areas, which are 35% of households. Only one state, Kerala, is looking relatively dignified on the metric. And all districts reporting at least 250 cases have anywhere between 34% to 54% households averaging 3 or more to a room. In New Delhi, the health ministry last week said that The more cases of coronavirus have been asymptomatic or mildly symptomatic and had advised home isolation for such people. It is also said that 65% cases across the country were reported from the metros and big cities. However, census data suggests and experts also agree that the following the ministry's guidelines on home quarantine is near impossible, particularly in urban households. The guidelines on home quarantine say the person showing COVID-19 symptoms has to remain isolated in a well ventilized room, preferably with an attached toilet. In another family members needs to stay in the same room. It is advisable to maintain a distance of at least 1 meter between the two, it stated. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals that at least 6 months back, I became aware that the multi-layer quarantine is needed to protect people. If you are in India and you want to protect your immediate family or extended family, anyone who will listen to you, get them immediately to our campuses. Kailasa rushes to help India find itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various social services offered during the pandemic in Nithyananda ashrams across India. Spiritual services offering during the pandemic in Nithyananda ashrams across India. The cosmic revelations on global pandemic. The social services offered during the pandemic in Nithyananda ashrams across India includes medical care, which includes allopathy, Ayurvedic, and Siddha medicine, free fire safety equipment maintenance, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances, and ICU on wheels, and personal protective medical equipment, groceries collected for Annadan organic farming. Join now and Kailasa's COVID production centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Take this opportunity and register yourself. We'll continue with the next segment with a short break. The link is projected. Join now and save your life and protect and save your life. The link is https://kailasa, KAILAASA, kailasa.org/Kailasa care, KAILASA, Kailasa care. We'll continue with a short break. Now, let's see glimpses from Kailasa's the Department of Health on COVID protection for Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham. The immunity boosters and COVID care, the supplement procurement from allopathic immune boosters, including zinconia and vitamin D and vitamin C, and the immunity boosters and COVID care through Ayurvedic medicine. Immunity boosters are being provided to protect all the residents of Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham. The steaming once a day with tulsi, eucalyptus, nochi, and turmeric leaves. All these herbal leaves are taken from the healing trees here in Adi Kailasa. Twice a week, consumption of Kabasura Kundinir, a mixture of pepper, ginger, and clove, and other ingredients, extensively aimed for boosting the lungs, improving the respiratory system, and treating infectious conditions such as cough, cold, and fever. Neelavembu Kundi near to be taken once a week. Agastya Lehyam 5 days. Talisadi Vatakam 3-4 tablets per day for 5 days. Indugunda Kashayam, then Amritottara Kashayam, both for 5 days, 1 teaspoon with 50 ml of warm water. Sudarshana Gulika once every 5 days, and gargling with salt and turmeric twice a day. Spiritual routine: Panchakriya, Haritaki, castor oil, neem juice, Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the Nitya Yoga that we do every day, Trinetra Kumbhaka, and Puja. The basic sanitation and safety practices include disposal of sail pads, infected material, and non-biodegradable done through incineration, RO water systems for drinking water, cleaning and sanitization of overhead tanks, regular deweeding, maintenance and repair of electrical circuits, communication facilities for safety of the residents, compost pit filling with biodegradables. Diagnosis, COVID care, quarantine methodology. How it is working is immediately upon the arrival to the campus, occupants will be quarantined for 15 days. Swab test, that is RT-PCR test, to be done by day 5th of quarantine. All food handlers to be wearing masks and gloves and keeping a distance. The disposal of waste food to be done with gloves and mask. Disposal of gloves and mask by incineration. In case of an emergency, protective kits ready to hand to take a COVID positive patient to hospital. Hand washing and infection control. Washing hands as often as possible, thoroughly with soap and water with alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Avoid sharing any item, example dishes, drinking glasses, cups, eating utensils, towels, bedding, or other items with other residents in the Adhinam. Mask protection: wear a mask all times when and if exposed to vendors or outside people. Double layer cotton mask should be changed every day up to 24 hours and can be reused after washing with the detergent and sun dried. If it gets wet by saliva, ingredients or secretions or sweat, change it and wear a dry mask. The wet mask can be stored in a sealed plastic cover and washed with the detergent and reused later. The mask protection: a face shield will be provided as an extra protective wear for people at the gate interacting with the vendors, outsiders. Use of hand sanitizer, hand washing, regular steaming, taking of preventive kashayams, a herbal mixture. Kashayam is an herbal mixture, and turmeric salt water gargling, and bathing and washing of clothes with history of any exposure. If symptoms appear, that is cough, fever, difficulty in breathing, he or she should be immediately inform the medical person in charge immediately. The standard operating procedures include the quarantine rules or first line of quarantine. The people in the first circle who are in contact with the vendors, area of stay conform to the outermost area where the communication with the outside is happening with the vendors, etc. Stay in a well ventilated single room, preferably with an attached and separate toilet. Person should not come into contact when inmates of Adhinam, especially elderly people, pregnant women, children, and persons comorbidities, that is hypertension, diabetics, heart problem, asthma, etc. Restrict in his or her movement within the area or room, first line of quarantine. The delivery packages, all parcels received at the gate to be sanitized. Spraying with disinfectant. All deliveries will be contactless delivery. Wearing of face coverings and hand gloves are mandatory. If contactless delivery is not an option or request the delivery to be left in a protected and isolated place. The outer packaging of the item product will be disposed before it enters the Adhinam. Packages will be quarantined before being delivered. All the delivery bags, boxes, and containers will be thrown away after transferring the items to their respective places. The surfaces of the package will be cleaned with a simple disinfectant and left to dry. All hands handling the packaging will be thoroughly washed and with soap and water and antibacterial solution frequently. All mail and packaged products, non-perishable, will be left outside for 24 hours before using them. The disinfection, sodium hydrochloride, bleach or chloride will be used. 1 teaspoon of bleaching powder in 3 cups. The alcohol at 70 to 90% will also be used for surface. Clothes to be washed separately with detergent and dried. Sharing of the items is strictly prohibited, thus prevents the spread of the viruses. So, as you see, so many layers of quarantine is provided and various micromanagely prevention measures are being taken care. So join now in this Kailasa's COVID care protection centers and save your life. So you can join with the link kailasa.org https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Join now and save your life. Now it's time to move our next segment of this program after a short break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers after that very short break. We were just able to understand from one of the representatives from the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham on the different various contributions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done through the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, the Adi Kailash ship, literally, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism built from scratch in order to help each and every one of us, millions of us across the world, and the global Hindu diaspora, as well as humanity itself, to sail through this pralaya. And I'm sure that each and every one of you are extremely excited, and you are just eagerly awaiting, as you have heard the news, that we will be having the live Parashakti Akashik reading at 12 a.m. Indian Standard Time. And you will be able to have the most beautiful darshan of Parashakti. Please make sure that you are signing in, tuning in at that time. Share with all of your friends and share with all of your family members, everyone whom you think, and we can ensure that as many people as possible are tuning in right now for the Devi Parashakti Akashik reading live with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gracing us in the form of Devi Parashakti. It's going to be an amazing experience, and I invite each and every one of you as we get ready and we are getting closer and closer towards the time to have the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Start thinking of and preparing your questions. Whatever you want to ask, request the healing or request any boons, or have the profound revelations of the past, present, and future on which you would like to ask and request Devi Parashakti's guidance at this time. It will be a beautiful way that you can personally interact with Devi Parashakti. Now, you can ask a question on YouTube, on Instagram, Twitter, or on Facebook, and it's a very easy process as well. You're on Facebook, you can, on the live video, you can ask your questions in the comment section. You can ask your questions as well on YouTube. If you are a member of the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel, you can ask your questions on the YouTube chat, and it's a very exclusive place where you can chat and interact personally with Devi Parashakti. You can ask your questions, you can request boons, you can request for healing, you can request for wealth or long-lasting relationships in your life. Whatever that you want in your life, you can ask and be blessed with the grace of Devi Parashakti. You also have an option to ask your questions on Twitter, and you can ask your questions by hitting reply to the live feed tweet and using the hashtag #AskTheAvatar. And in that hashtag, you can ask your question. With that hashtag, you can ask your question, and you can request any of the boons that you want, and make sure that it is in the thread for the live video. And also, we have an option on Instagram. If you would like to ask your question on Instagram, then you can ask your questions on the recent post, the post for today for the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. And as well, if you would like to, if you're not social media savvy and you don't know what social media is, you're not very comfortable with it, then you can ask your question on WhatsApp. Through WhatsApp, you can go to kailasa.org and ask your question for Devi Parashakti through WhatsApp. So now that you know how you can ask your question today, we can enter into the next segment of the program, where we will be understanding more and more into the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And as it is still July, the official Hindu Persecution and Hindu Holocaust Awareness Month, we are continuously sharing with each and every one of you the details of what is going on, what is currently happening, and what has been happening for more than 2 decades. The atrocities that have been implemented against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and not just the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, but how that literally just that what has happened over the last 27 years is a hologram of the entire Hindu Holocaust that has been going on for 1,000 years. And if you contrast the amount of work the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done for empowerment of humanity to the amount that he has been literally tortured at the hands of the anti-Hindu militant terrorists that are actively rampaging and destroying Hinduism in all different ways, we would be absolutely shocked at how much has been going on. If I can just give an example of the empowerment of women that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously dedicated himself for the last more than 2 decades. Can I just ask, have you ever heard of a place where a woman can walk absolutely safely at night alone in the dark? Have you ever heard of a place where homes are free of violence and the environment is free of discrimination? Where women can express themselves freely as yoginis, rudrakanyas, as vairavis, as sannyasis, and where you can live a life absolutely free from fear and conflict, not just with equality, but with infinite possibility. You can discover the freedom of enlightenment itself. And that is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally made happen successfully through Kailasa and the revival of the Hindu enlightened civilization. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism literally made a place, created an environment in Adi Kailash itself, where without any fear, without any discrimination, without any conflict, a woman can live absolutely freely for her ambition in life and achieve her ultimate possibility. And this very ecosystem as we all know, is absolutely rare on planet Earth this day and age, where we're facing workplace discrimination, we're facing gang rape in public streets, and especially in a country where the violence against women is absolutely abysmal. And the statistics of the violence against women is simply through the roof. And we have not seen the change in this matter for at least a century. Where did it all start? How did this happen, and how can we solve it? In fact, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been the world's leading advocate and working towards the empowerment of women, working towards ensuring that we can end violence against women once and for all, eliminate it entirely. And if you envision a world where women are absolutely free from violence, then the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is really the only hope. And if we do not intervene right now and ensure that Hindu solutions are used in order to create violence-free ecosystems around the world, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been doing with more than 2,500 satsang centers and so many huge ecosystems ongoing, we know that if we will not be able to even see the next generation sustain itself without having the violence against women become worse and worse, and it'll simply go out of hand. We need to understand, especially with the violence against women that is happening in India and the numerous reports of femicide, it is only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who has actively been able to voice out the acts of violence against women in an international platform and shed light into the violence that has been made invisible, that has been underreported and not reported at all and made absolutely invisible. The violence that is ongoing in marginalized communities of India, as well as all over the world with the global Hindu diaspora. And there has always been a extremely thought through and cunning strategy that anti-Hindu militant forces have used against the anti-Hindu militant forces have used against all of the people and all of the indigenous minorities in India, a strategy which would silence the whole public and which would not even create an alarm in the international audience. This strategy is with the use of propaganda, with the use of extremely cunning and strategic elements to invade and infiltrate into Hindu communities and destroy it from the inside out. All of this is a strategy been done by anti-Hindu militant forces for thousands of years. And we have seen for the last 1,000 years how against Hindu women specifically, the amount of violence that has been done against them is terrifying, to say the least. Horrifying to see how much violence and brutal force was used against the Hindu women, where literally the heads of the babies of women and mothers would be garlanded around them, where they will be enslaved and moved in cages from town to town as the Mughal invaders had been continuously rampaging, invading, and looting town after town, temple after temple. And we have seen the record of the number of women who have immolated themselves because they were fearful of the absolutely terrifying acts of their invaders, who would even dehumanize them and dehumanize their dead bodies as well. And not only that, the sacred women of Sanatana Hindu Dharma have always been entirely sexualized and objectified by the propaganda schemes implemented by anti-Hindu militant forces. For example, the sexualization of Rudra Kanyas was a crime done against the most sacred women in the Hindu civilization. And the objectification of them started in the propaganda that the Mughals and the British had implemented in the society. They had first were continuously trying to project in British media and the different forms of media at that time, like newspapers, books, in different magazines, in the media at that time, continuously trying to project Rudra Kanyas as prostitutes. And first, they themselves would rape and dehumanize and enslave the Rudra Kanyas, and then they would project all of the Rudra Kanyas as prostitutes and women with no chastity. And then they would strategically implement laws in order to so-called reduce the crime that they themselves had started in the society. And we have seen this in so many different examples. And even today, as of the Madras Act of the 1800s, there has been absolutely no legal recourse to reverse the laws against and the crimes against the women of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and the Rudra Kanyas. Even today, it is illegal for women to be employed and to be to work in the temples because of the propaganda that they created, as if women were being used and enslaved in the temples. But it was the anti-Hindu forces who had started these crimes against us. And from that time, the Hindu women, the Rudra Kanyas, were always sacred women who were literally the Sangha Jananis, as in the mothers of the whole Sangha, who held the community together and held the whole society together and were responsible administrators for the entire temple ecosystem. But due to the absolute horrendous crimes of the Mughal invaders, this lineage was entirely stamped out. And continuously, women were enslaved, and women ultimately were stamped out, and the roles of administration, the roles of warriors for all of the women, the roles of the beautiful roles, and the ways that women took responsibility in society was slowly dismantled until the Hindu woman was forced not to do anything but be subject to a domestic married life. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but the truth was that the Hindu ideal woman was a responsible member of society. And in fact, the entire society was a matriarchal civilization. In fact, Devi Meenakshi herself had established this matriarchal civilization and run a whole kingdom, the largest civilization at that time on planet Earth. And yet, seeing the richness of the Hindu culture, the terrorist forces needed to steal that, loot it entirely for themselves, and thus an entire civilization was enslaved. And the worst part of it is that today, continuously, we are seeing the denial of the Hindu Holocaust. If you see even the anti-Hindu who had gone against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, they continuously denied the Holocaust of the entire Hinduism itself. And they deny the 1,000-year genocide against Hindus. And even masochists and misogynists of society always deny the inequality, the discrimination, the sexual objectification, and the outright violence done against women. And in this society like this, where I myself, and I know so many other women, would not even be able to hear of one relative or one mother, cousin, who would not know or who would themselves not be subject to violence. And that is the current situation of women and Hindu women today, continuously being targeted by anti-Hindu terrorist forces and being used as a weapon against the entire civilization itself. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism today has helped and ensure, even in the very history itself, that the amount of underreporting that is going on, the amount of violence that is going on, the crimes against women that is going on, is being shed light on in India. And as of even just last week, the UN Special Rapporteur for Femicide, who reports to the United Nations on different reports of the femicide ongoing in various places around the world. Every year, they come up with a report on how the violence against women is being done, and how there are very peaceful strategies being used, bringing light those strategies to the international audience so that those strategies can be implemented, and ultimately promoting peace and conflict-free life, just as, of course, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is spearheading in an extremely grand way. So the UN Special Rapporteur always gives these reports, and this year, the UN Special Rapporteur has recognized the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in order to create a female femicide observatory and ensure that the crimes against women are absolutely eliminated. And foremost, among all the leaders who are doing something for women, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has actively created thousands of ecosystems that are absolutely violence-free, just absolutely violence-free in homes and outside in the streets. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has empowered women with their infinite possibility, with more than 2/3 of leadership positions around Kailasa in the global civilizational nation actually being being held by women. And not only that, but economic empowerment being given to women, and empowerment being given to women who want to start their small businesses. Empowerment being given to women who want to take up their own tradition and who are fighting for religious freedom, for women who want to be sannyasis, for women who want to be rudrakanyas. Violence against women who are sannyasis and sacred Hindu women in India is absolutely abysmal. And if we see the reports on violence against women, specifically on the Hindu women, it'll be just devastating and terrifying to see that. And if we can say, just in the ecosystem of Kailasa, in an ecosystem where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created a beautiful, violence-free, safe ecosystem for women to express themselves and take up leadership positions and literally empower themselves rightfully and for their own fulfillment and for the purpose of enlightenment. In a very perfect ecosystem such as that, the anti-Hindu militant terrorists were able to infiltrate and to brutally violate the rights of women with so many attacks against women in Kailasas across the world, in Kailasas in India, as well as internationally. The women of Kailasa have undergone so much. If it is either brutal rape, blackmail, sexual objectification in the media, whatever it is, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has continuously been advocating and giving each and every one of us women in Kailasa a safe space to heal from the trauma that we might have been subject to by anti-Hindu militant forces, and has also given each and every one of us a voice in order to share our story and to tell that we are not the only ones, and perhaps it might just be us who are able to, by the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to be able to voice out the crimes against women that have been happening against the women of Kailasa, but also the fact that still the violence in communities, in marginalized communities, in Hindu communities has not stopped and is only worsening. And if we don't do anything now, the situation will only get worse. And if we just take the example of one sannyasi, there are so many, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up an observatory in order to report all of the different acts of violence against women in different communities, focusing in on the marginalized communities that have been made invisible, including the communities surrounding ancient indigenous communities such as the Tondemandalam Adinam, the Tanjavur Adinam, and the 4 ancient kingdoms that were once ancient kingdoms but are today reduced to marginalized communities and simply made invisible. And these places, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started to create the ecosystems for reviving Sanatana Hindu Dharma and empowering women. And actively, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had empowered women to take up the life of sanya. But just for this reason, the women of Kailasa were attacked and used as a weapon against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself in the worst ways possible, and even projected in the media, sexually objectified in the media continuously. Even minor girls being objectified in the media, being sexualized in the media. These are the kinds of crimes that the anti-Hindu militant forces have done against the ancient Hindu communities and the Hindu children and Hindu women. And as the foremost leader empowering women all over the world, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has ensured that finally the violence against women going on against Hindu women and even Hindu women in India, as well as Hindu women in the global Hindu diaspora, is is being voiced out in an international platform. And this is the way that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has ensured that the violence against women is absolutely eliminated. And the way that the anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces continuously strategized with more than 14,000 hours of media coverage of hate speech and discriminatory content, with violence against all of the women of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, and with brutal physical acts of violence against all the different adhinams and properties, where literally the adhinams were destroyed. And even now we have the evidence, we have foolproof evidence that these adhinams were destroyed, that anti-Hindu militant forces had literally raided the adhinam and had destroyed all the different properties, have turned over the cars, have destroyed and attacked female sannyasis, have raped and gang raped female sannyasis, and yet there's still no legal recourse. A woman who is attacked, for example, if I can take the example of Ma Nitya Achalananda Swami, or Ma Nitya Bhaktikananda Swami, or Ma Nitya Jnanatmananda Swami. In 2012, they were attacked in a raid against the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, when anti-Hindu militant forces had raided the entire Adinam and brutally raped the Adinavasis, the female Adinavasis. And among the group that was physically assaulted and raped was Ma Nitya Achalananda Swami and Ma Bhaktikananda Swami, as well as Ma Jnanatmananda Swami, and 16 other sannyasis who were physically assaulted, raped, sexually objectified, and all of this being publicly broadcasted in the media. And yet what happened against these women? Within 24 hours, the women, without even being told, without even understanding why, these women were arrested by authorities who had illegally arrested them, even though it was absolutely illegal to do so. In India, it is illegal to detain a woman past 6 p.m. at night, and it is against the law to detain a woman overnight in any type of cell or authorities which is not her home. Yet, these 16 women in 2012 were kept for overnight in a cell, and in that time, not even being told that the anti-Hindu militant forces were actively trying to file cases against them, and being subject to the most brutal ridicule, harassment, and violence by the authorities in question and in control in that situation. These are the exact rights that we are being denied. Simply the right against not being arbitrarily arrested is stated in the UN Declaration of Human Rights. The right not to be arbitrarily arrested, the right to live a conflict-free life. These are our basic human rights as declared by the United Nations, and yet we have simply not been able to even voice out the crimes done against us. Pleading, we went to different police stations, we went to different authorities, we went to different judges, we went to every single authority in hand, in control. We went internationally, and yet only now, finally, because of the continuous persistence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to continuously ensure that he makes himself available to each and every one of us and ends violence against women entirely. Now, the women of Kailasa have the voice, at least one voice, in the United Nations. And in fact, in the United Nations, website for the special rapporteur for femicide, the Kailasa is listed among all of the civil society organizations that are actively working in order to stop and eliminate violence against women. And the report of the violence against women done against women of Kailasa was submitted to the UN and accepted, and is now published on the UN Special Rapporteur for Femicide page in the UN Commission for Human Rights website. And this is an amazing victory for each and every one of us who has been literally crying, desperately searching for at least some way, a voice where we can express what has happened to us, the violence which has happened against us. And it is all due to the hard work, the sacrifice of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Because it's not as if, not without the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism having undergone so much and sacrificed so much, himself going through more than 70 assassination attempts. Continuously, we've been seeing the violence against women that has been happening. And the women who have always, for no reason other than that what they wanted was to live the lifestyle of a sannyasi, or live the Hindu lifestyle that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was reviving. For no reason other than this, being attacked and brutally raped, blackmailed, sexually objectified in the media, and the worst, being used as a weapon against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself in their act, in their strategy and cunning manipulation to try to destroy the mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And in 2012, the very women who had been brutally raped, who had been attacked, and that attack being broadcasted in the media, as you can see, this is the exact attack that we are showing right now. As you can see, the attacks against the administrators and the women of the whole Adinam, and each and every one of them was attacked brutally, some of them needing to be rushed to the hospital, some of them needing to recover from the acts of violence done against them, but without any ounce of sympathy. Within just 24 hours, the state authorities had come inside once again, and without even telling the women, they had arrested the women and taken them and detained them overnight. You can see some of the absolute violence that is ongoing here against the sannyasis of the Nithyananda order in Pavalakundru. And not only that, there's been violence against the sannyasis in the ancient kingdoms of Tanjavur and Tiruvarur and Vedaranyam and Panchanadikulam. You can see here literally the women who had literally collapsed after the rape done against her, and the sannyasis are trying to rush her to the hospital. People are stopping them. This is the extent of the violence against women that has happened. We have seen the worst kinds of violence that has happened against the women of Kailasa, and not not succumbing to this and standing to eliminate the violence is only the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Even if you see the attacks that happened in 2017, again, a woman has fallen, a sannyasi has fallen because the brutal rape done against her, and all of us Hindu sannyasis, the women sannyasis, were helping her and rushing her to the hospital in order to make sure that she has the medical treatment required. And we were rushing in that sense. And still the raids against the Adinam were happening, the destruction against the Adinam was happening. Amidst all of that, all we're trying to do is help each other, protect each other, and desperately ensure that we are some way staying alive. You can see here the destruction against the very Adinam. You can see that the whole Adinam, the cars, those are our vehicles, and we were trying to desperately rush to the hospital. And each and every one of us was trying to desperately rush to the hospital while after one of us had fallen and had fainted and collapsed after the brutal rape done against her. We were trying to rush her to the hospital, and immediately the anti-Hindu militant forces had come and pushed over, literally, you can see the footage now, more than 100 of them had come and pushed over the vehicles, had entirely destroyed the CCTV camera footage, had destroyed and punctured the tires in all of the vehicles. And all we're trying to do is rush our sister sannyasi to the hospital so that we can get her aid and we can keep her alive because she was bleeding profusely. That was what we're trying to do, while all the anti-Hindu militant forces were making sure that we couldn't do anything. And even afterward, we would not even be able to present the footage and present the evidence to the police because they had literally destroyed the CCTV camera footage. Even though millions of dollars was spent in ensuring that every nook and cranny of the Adinams were filmed and under CCTV camera footage, as you can see here, the first thing they attack always is making sure that we don't have any evidence. And one by one, each and every one of the CCTV cameras was entirely destroyed. Even I was present in this attack against while the anti-Hindu Hindu elements had attacked the Trishulam Adinam. And from personal experience, I can say that it was the worst experience of my life, seeing the amount of guerrilla attacks against peaceful Hindu sannyasis. In this moment, in that attack, all of us literally were trying to hide in a corner and protect ourselves. All of myself and all my sister sannyasis trying to protect ourselves, holding on to each other, praying to Swamiji, praying to Kala Bhairava that we are protected. And at that moment, we thought that literally we would not make it out of this alive. Little did we know at that exact time, one of us in another cabin was being attacked and she was losing her life, literally. So we all rushed to her, and you can see the footage. We actually all rushed to her, and we were helping her out of the cabin and trying to rush her to the hospital because she was bleeding profusely, unable to even walk, unable to even think for herself, unable to communicate. She was not even able to cry or say anything. The amount of absolute devastation she had gone through, I saw, and we're absolutely helpless to do anything for her. Minutes went by as her life literally was going, and in the meantime, the cars were being throttled and thrown over, each and every one of the tires being punctured, leaving us with no way out. Somehow, we were able to call a volunteer, a local volunteer, to immediately rush and come to the Adinam, and that volunteer, that devotee of Swamiji, had immediately appeared within just 15 minutes and had rushed to the site and helped us to take our sister Sannyasi to the hospital. At that moment, we could not rely on even the police cars that were present in the Adinam and that were there. We could not even ask them for help to rush our sister Sannyasi to the hospital as she was losing her life after a brutal rape done against her. We could not even rush her. We could not even ask the authorities. All our cars, our vehicles, everything was destroyed. And we were just trying to protect ourselves and save our sister Sannyasi. And at that time, because of the love and devotion that that devotee had for Swamiji, he immediately showed up and rushed to the scene and helped us take our sister Sannyasi to the hospital and save her life. Like this, we have seen so many different acts of violence. In this footage, as you're seeing, another brutal incident where the women sannyasis are being raped, even with children present, and even the children needing to be subject to sexual violence. And then protecting, as you can see, they are simply protecting their own deities, holding on to their deities, and with their own life protecting the deities and trying to save themselves. Whether it is the women or our brother sannyasis who have done everything to defend us, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who himself made himself subject to so much of attacks, assassination attempts, and brutal violence. Continuously, as a community, we have been trying to fight. We've been trying to sustain ourselves, defend ourselves, as literally one by one, so many of us are being violated. Today, it brings us so much of relief, so much of happiness and victory that finally the United Nations has recognized the persecution ongoing against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Because ultimately, even with having undergone so much of violence, even having been victim to rape, to gang rape, to brutal assaults, nothing brings more pain in our lives than seeing the one being who has stood up for each and every one of us, the one being who has protected each and every one of us, empowered each and every one of us like a true father, and like Paramashiva himself, who has come down to aid and protect us and empower us, to raise us. Swamiji has gone through so much, and Swamiji has literally been through so much for all of us, ultimately, to live in this Hindu ecosystem. Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has undergone physical attacks against himself and as well as character assassination against his character, and the so much of work that he has done that is absolutely destroyed as well. And either with the incessant lawfare using and filing illegal, baseless More than 120 baseless allegations in the course of a few weeks were filed in 2010 against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Or using brutal attacks where in just a matter of 3 and 4 days, every single adinam in India was raided, trespassed, was burnt down, all the books burned, and all of everything being just simply destroyed within just 3 or 4 days. And I can list out the number of women, as you can see here, as you've been seeing, the number of women who have literally been assaulted, brutally raped, gang raped, and each one of us trying to protect each other, trying to raise each other and hold on to each other, even in the moments of the extreme brutal attack. It happened in Trishoolam, it happened in Gujarat, it happened in Bidadi, where all of us have been through so much. But nothing brings more pain than seeing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism undergo 10,000 times more than us, and literally himself going through so much of attack. Because as women, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the only leader, the only being in the whole world who has stood up for each and every one of us to be empowered, to live the empowered lifestyle, to end discrimination and violence. As you can see here, this is the footage from the attacks against Trishoolam, which I myself was present, as well as all my sister sannyasis. And I can say that in a moment of attack, when literally we were being stoned almost to death, we had called Swamiji, and each and every one of us were praying to Swamiji. And at that moment, the leader, the Mahanitya Bhaktikananda Swami, who was the administrator, had been able to reach and communicate to Swamiji that we were under attack. And that moment, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said, I'm sending Kala Bhairava right now there. Don't worry, I'm going to take care. It will stop now. And just like that, within a few minutes, the attack had calmed down. And only then we were able to move out of our cabins and go out and begin the recovery. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally been the only being, and today is the only hope to end violence against women and end all violence against women. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taken a strong stand in order to protect each and every one of us and go through anything in order to protect each and every one of us. And not only that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taken so many different types of action in order to establish these violence-free Hindu ecosystems around the world. And now, with the help of the United Nations, where the United Nations has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and has helped bring the persecution to an international platform and has helped bring international audience to listen to the violence that has been going on for so many thousands of years against Hindu women. And in that way, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally been able to help one of us and empowered each and every one of us to live the Hindu lifestyle that we want to, out of our own strong voice and our own decision. Each and every one of us, women of Kailasa, took up this lifestyle of wanting to live the Hindu lifestyle, of standing for our sacred sentiments, and of standing for the deep, beautiful declarations of Sanatana Hindu Dharma that we are Paramashiva, and fearlessly standing for that. And it was the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who has unconditionally stood for each and every one of us and supported each and every one of us as guru in our lives and helped us realize that, and is continuously working towards ensuring that we will raise to that ultimate reality, the ultimate reality that we decided we wanted to stand for and live the life of religious freedom. And whether it comes down to reporting crimes, violence, and femicide in marginalized communities and the indigenous Hindu women who are subjugated and made invisible by misogynist, sexist groups in the institution, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been the foremost leader in ensuring that all the crimes are reported either first through the local police stations, then to the courts in states, then to even the Supreme Court and higher judicial systems. And even then, when there was no legal recourse, now taking that to the international platform and the international level. And also, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spearheaded and ensured that the research and studies undertaken to analyze femicide or gender-related killings and gender-related violence is being continued, and has in Kailasa itself, through Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Feminine Empowerment, has basically created this kind of observatory where the reports for the number of women who are undergoing violence and the research for how to strategically and successfully create an ecosystem that is absolutely conflict-free be established through Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Feminine Empowerment. And not only that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally given such beautiful solutions and concrete measures to improve the support to victims of violence and to prevent femicide. And this might be through either physically protecting the victims or targets in monasteries, through protective ecosystems, or providing healing through proven ancient therapeutic methods of removing trauma and pain, and also through empowering women with leadership roles and supporting women in traditional business, through economic empowerment, through, of course, through the end of bringing an end to the violence. And also the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has as well ensured to continuously report and also work towards the result and analysis of femicide cases, and by providing guidance and empowering victims to seek legal justice and recourse for the crimes done against them, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously ensuring that the legal systems as well are held accountable for the amount of violence that is ongoing in India. And as well, the UN Special Rapporteur has recognized the amount of work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been seeing, and in several occasions ensured that even the solutions the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been making and has offered to the world through the Kailasa ecosystems is actually implemented and can be implemented in various ecosystems across the world. As I was saying before, have we even heard of a place where women can feel absolutely safe walking out alone at night, especially in India. Have we even heard of a place where a woman can freely, safely, knowing that she is absolutely protected, walk outside alone at night? I myself can tell you that I have lived in a place, and that is Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham, where I can feel absolutely protected at night walking alone in the dark. And that is because of the ecosystem that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created. From India, we have heard so many, numerous cases of gang rapes happening at night, of brutal violence and assault happening right out on the street in the pitch dark. But in a place such as that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally created a safe harbor for all women to live, and a place where homes are free of violence, and a place in an environment free of discrimination, a place where women can express themselves as yoginis, rudrakanyas, bhairavis, as sannyasi, and not just express themselves with equality and different human rights, but with infinite possibility, with the possibilities that Sanatana Hindu Dharma promises to each and every one beyond our human logical understanding. And that is the very place that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created. Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham is the very model ecosystem where a woman can walk out alone at night in the dark and not even feel 1 ounce of insecurity. She would not even feel 1 ounce of insecurity. She will not feel that somebody is following her or somebody is about to attack her. And she would not even have 1 ounce of that fear. That is the beauty of Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham, the ecosystem that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created. Not just in Adi Kailash, but in thousands of places all over the world, where women can fearlessly take up leadership positions. And in fact, all over the world today, Kailasa has the most number of women in leadership positions compared to any nation in the world, with 2/3 of leadership positions being filled by women themselves in Kailasa. Whether it is any of the Sri Mahants, the Mahants, the Kotaris, in the governmental structure of Kailasa, or whether it is in the structure across the world in various different temples and ecosystems that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created, women are naturally empowered to take up these leadership positions and serve the world with the beautiful teachings of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And yet, still, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, though he has been continuously advocating for the empowerment of women and has done literally the most compared to any leader in the world to empower women, still, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism undergoes so much of attack day in and day out, whether it is on the internet, through cyber terrorism, or through physical attacks. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone literally the worst kinds of attacks for nothing. The truth is that as a society, we must bring an end to the violence going on in our communities, and especially the violence against women. In the United Nations, and as well as international organizations working towards peace all over the world, whether it is in France, in Switzerland, in United States, all the international organizations see violence against women as the primal and priority agenda that we have to achieve within even the next 9 years. In fact, the United Nations has made it a goal to end violence against women by 2030. Are we able to do that right now? Are we able to, as a global society, able to fulfill the goals that we wanted to end all violence by 2030? Only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally been able to produce the model ecosystems of creating absolutely violence-free communities and standing continuously to end all violence against women and eliminate violence against women. If we don't do something right now, and if we don't apply and see the value in the teachings of Sanatana Hindu Dharma right now, we will see the continued violence against women and the conditions of violence against women in India and Hindu women all over the world continuously worsen. We will not even be able to see our next generation live on without seeing the worst happen to each and every one. And each and every one of us, Hindus especially, we are responsible for the amount of attacks and responsible for not standing up until now. Perhaps the attacks have been brutal. Perhaps again and again and again we have been attacked. But it is only our fault, and only the blame can come on us if we do not stand up again. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made just simply standing up an extremely easy thing, because he is standing as our foremost leader for the global Hindu diaspora of 2 billion Hindus all over the world. Each and every one of us Hindus must understand the plight of Hindu women in India, of each and every Hindu woman who is undergoing so much of violence, who is facing so much of poverty, who is unable to provide for her own family. Each Hindu should know that we are graced by Paramashiva and for having and living at the same time as the avatar, the incarnation of Paramashiva, and we are graced to be born in a tradition where we have such beautiful sacred Hindu sentiments which can naturally empower Hindu women, which can naturally empower every single person in humanity itself, with such the most powerful empowering tradition with us. Hindus must realize that it is our responsibility now to stand up. I request each and every one of you who is joining today to share this live program in all of the different various social media platforms. Please share and ensure that at least one more person, your friends, your family, whom you know will listen and understand, and whom you'll just say, hey, I saw this today, I feel it's good, I feel that we should do something, then you can please share this program link and spread the message, and also share that the link for the UN Special Rapporteur who has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Please take a few minutes and you can share right now with all your friends, with all your family, and we'll be right back and continuing today's program after a quick break. Yes, completing with all the viewers for that technical glitch. I request each and every one of you to take a few minutes now. Let's go to Twitter and let us tweet using the hashtag UN recognizes the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The hashtag is in the scroll below, and you can use this hashtag and share the link for the UN report, which has been recognized by the UN, and the page for where the UN has recognized and literally listed Kailasa as among the organizations that has been helping. So you can go to Twitter right now and use the hashtag UN recognizes the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you, in this hashtag, yes, and we'll be right back with you to continue today's program after a very quick break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem.
So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures.
Nithyanandam Paramashivoham Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam and welcome everyone on today's segment. In this segment, as we are celebrating the happening of the Guru, Lord Paramashivoham, himself happening as Guru in our life, as we are celebrating the Guru Purnima, in this segment we would like to share the offerings from around the world, the Kailasas and the devotees and people around the world, showing their humble gratitude and offering to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Today, we would like to share the proclamations and commendations that we receive from around the world. We received hundreds of proclamations and commendations letters from around the world. From various countries, including the USA, Canada, Trinidad and Tobago, Uganda, Liberia, Lebanon, New Zealand, Ecuador, Brazil, South Sudan, Malaysia, Singapore, Australia, the Netherlands, South Korea, Germany, China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and many more countries. These proclamation letters honoring the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism were received from various dignitaries, government officials, indigenous leaders, faith leaders, artists, professionals, NGO heads, CEOs, entrepreneurs, and more. As we show our gratitude to all those who have given their commendation letter and proclamations, we would like to thank the Honorable Sam Liccardo, Mayor of City of San Jose, California, USA, for his commendation letter. Thank you. Thank you, Governor Enoro Puloy, Melikiok State, the Republic of Palau, for your proclamation. Thank you, Councillor Javed Mohammed, Siparia Regional Corporation, Electoral District of Otaheite, Trinidad and Tobago, for your commendation letter. Thank you, Ms. Patrice Huang, Director, HSBC Private Banking, Hong Kong, for your proclamation letter.
We'd like to extend our thanks to Ricardo Bharat Hernandez, Chief and President of the Santa Rosa First Peoples Community from Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you so much for your commendation letter. And thank you so much to Kayanja Vincent De Paul, Chairman of the Lake Victoria Regional Local Authorities Cooperation, East Africa, from Uganda. Thank you so much for your proclamation. Thank you so much to Joshua Kitakule, Secretary General of the Interreligious Council of Uganda from Kampala, Uganda. Thank you for your proclamation. And thank you to Ms. Maristela Basso, Associate Professor from the University of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Thank you for your commendation letter. And thank you to Feng An Luan, the President of the Rotary Club Taipei, Taiwan. Thank you for your proclamation letter. And thank you also to the Vice President of the Rotary Club Taipei, Taiwan, to Ms. Shuang-Gua Ye. Thank you for your proclamation. And thank you to Mr. Alberto Peña Moscoso, Managing Partner of Expertise Abogados of Ecuador. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Mr. Rabi Fakri, Attorney at Law from Lebanon. Thank you for your commendation letter.
Thank you, Commander Amelia B.T. Gibson, Immigration Support Unit from the Republic of Liberia, for your proclamation letter. I'd like to thank Advocate Reach Malual, spokesperson, South Sudan Bar Association, South Sudan, for your proclamation. I'd like to thank Advocate Bon Madud Aid, the Ancestral Advocates, South Sudan. Thank you for your proclamation. Now from the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, thank you, Manitya Jalandhara Shita Ananda, from Victoria Education District, Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you, Mr. Rajesh Ruplal, Manager, Amaras Jewelry Collection, Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you, Ms. Holly Ja Zinham, Owner, Yahoo Prosthetics, Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you for your commendation letter. Now from the United States of America, thank you, Mr. Ashok Desai, Desai Diversified Investments, California, USA, for all the proclamation letters and commendation letters. Thank you, Mr. John Billingsley, President, Hollywood Food Coalition, USA. Thank you for your commendation letter.
Now let us move to the Republic of Singapore. Thank you to Mr. Peter Fang from Singapore. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Jayagari Giridharan, Business Associate and Partner of Windmill Management Associates. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Yu Chen Yang, Director of Bedak North, Director from Bedak North, Singapore. Thank you for your proclamation. And thank you to Ananda Shraddha and Nitya Ramya, Krishna and Nitya Prasadini, Directors of Nitya Ramya Private Limited from Singapore. Thank you so much for your commendation letter. And thank you to Ma Nitya Mahakalananda from Kalakasha Company from Singapore. Thank you for your commendation letter. And thank you to Edna Ann Lee Ling, founder of Your Future Forward from Singapore. Thank you for your commendation letter.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson, Manager, the Food Bank Singapore Limited, Singapore, for your commendation letter. Thank you, Manitya Durgananda, Founder, Your Presence Here, Singapore. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you, Manitya Jadashaktikananda, Founder, Always in Bliss, Singapore. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you, Manitya Maha Adbhuta Charitrananda, Yanglin, Founder, Mindworks Academy Private Limited, Singapore. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you, Ms. Suching Yao, Human Education and Training Workers, Kashi, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Now from the Republic of Liberia, Bestman De Canto, Founding and Managing Director, Bestville Enterprise, the Republic of Liberia. Thank you for your proclamation. Now from New Zealand, Ms. Bhakti Todi, Physiotherapist in HCA, New Zealand. Thank you for your commendation letter. Mr. Stefan Lucan, Director, Sanatana 2013 Limited, New Zealand. Thank you for your commendation letter. Shiva Bhaskar, Sri Nithya Gautamananda, IT Infrastructure Engineer, Advaita Investments Limited, New Zealand. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ma Vidya Bharati Tangaya, Ma Nithya Deva Vedantananda, IT Business Analyst, Advaita Investments Limited, New Zealand. Thank you for your commendation letter. Mr. Murali Krishna Magesan, Director, Advaita Investments Limited, New Zealand. Thank you for your commendation letter. Now from Malaysia, Tirumurthy, son of Periyaswamy, Selangor Hindu Community Leader, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ms. Cheng Pei Ang, Taiping, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Yoke Keng, Self-Employed, Kota Puteri, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ms. Guani Chan, Johar Bahru, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Guan Xian Chan, Johor Bahru, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ms. Nelly Liu, Selangor, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ms. Cindy Sinyi He, Sarawak, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Sally Ui Pai Kuat, Johor, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter.
And thank you to Chan Guan Siu, a composer from Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. And thank you to Shirena Le Wasim from Taiping, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. And thank you to Peng Li Jin from Johor, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. And thank you to T. Suk Ting, business owner from Johor, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Harichand Balasubramaniam from Penang, Malaysia. Thank you for your proclamation. Thank you to Tek Chi Wong, Director from 3 Business Solutions from Malaysia. Thank you for your proclamation. Thank you to Lo Wee Jun from Taiping, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Leong Lian Fung from Johor, Malaysia. Thank you so much for your commendation letter. Thank you to Lau Yu Zuan from Johor, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Radha Lu Pai Si from Shah Alam, Malaysia. Thank you for your commendation letter.
Now from Australia, Wei Huang, Sydney, Australia. Thank you for your commendation letter. Now from the Netherlands, Wei Ping Ding, Utrecht, the Netherlands. Thank you for your commendation letter. Now moving to Canada, Ms. Sheila Zeng, Richmond, Canada. Thank you for your commendation letter. Now from South Korea, In Shi Piao, Bucheon, South Korea. Thank you for your commendation letter. From the Federal Republic of Germany, Zhu Ji Yu, Dresden, Germany. Thank you for your commendation letter. People's Republic of China, Fan Jin, Foshan, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Shanrong Yu from Hubei, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Min Zhao from Wuhan, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Fan Xiao from Wuhan, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Yu Yin Song from Heilongjiang, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Dao Min Yan from Heilongjiang, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Xiaolin Li from Chongqing, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Bei O from Guangzhou, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Wang Hui from Hong Kong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Jen Chai Lin from Guangdong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Fan Jin from Guangdong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Wen Xian Wan, Zenab, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Chuang Yan Zhang from Jinan, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Xiao He Xia from Suzhou, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ting Ting Yu from Liaoning, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Xianing from Shanxi, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Teng Fei Tian from Tianjin, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Yan Mi Lian from Yangzhou, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Utle Hoi from Macau, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Yazao Zhang from Zhejiang, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Yon Zhen Kwang from Macau, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Zhudan Li from Zhejiang, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Dan Li from Nanjing, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Xiahua Fan from Shandong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Fang Sen from Hunan, China. Thank you for your commendation. Shan Zhen from Hunan, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Lingzi Zhang from Guangzhou, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Heiying Li from Anhui, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Peng Li Yan from Yunnan, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Zixuan Shang from Inner Mongolia, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Yan Mi Lian from Uzhou, China. Thank you for your commendation letter.
Now moving on to Hong Kong. Thank you to Wan Jinzu, a student from Hong Kong. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Alice Se from Hong Kong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Wai Sing Chris Wang, an insurance broker from Hong Kong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Ananda Shankari, Director of Pur Nandini from Hong Kong. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Lee Sang Chun Jain and Ma Paramashantini Directors from Spare of Purity and Awareness from Hong Kong, thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Shi Hao Ryan Lee, an insurance manager from Hong Kong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Irene Huang from Hong Kong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Thank you to Li Qiangzhu, a freelancer from Hong Kong, China. Thank you for your commendation letter. Moving on to Taiwan.
From Taiwan, Hong Zhu Chen from Yunlin, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. I'd like to thank Ho Chi Jun from Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Lo Zi Yu from Taoyuan, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ying Wen Zhu from Taoyuan, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Xu Ling Sun from Tainan, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Chuan Zhu Li from Yilan, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Brandy Chow from Pingtung, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ichun Chuo from Taipei, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Peking Wu from New Taipei City, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Hong Su Chen from Yunlin, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Feng Fang Tseng from Taipei, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ting In Chu from Taoyuan, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Chao Li Chia from Taoyuan, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ms. Anne Pao Ying from Taoyuan, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Se Zi Huang from New Taipei City, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Hong Lung Peng from Taipei, Taiwan. Thank you for your proclamation. Ms. Peng Ren Wang from Hualien City, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Ms. Fang Ru Hao from Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. He Hua Deng from Pingtung, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Di Lan Fang from Pingtung, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. Yi Ting Lo from Pingtung, Taiwan. Thank you for your commendation letter. And that brings us to the end of the sharings of the proclamations, and they are still pouring from around the world to be offered to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasamidhanam, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. So now as we continue with further offerings, releases from around the world.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything.
Nithyanandam, welcome back, dear viewers. And so far we saw the various commendation letters and proclamation letters from all across the globe that were offered at the lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And now we are going to see some more releases that were offered from various departments of Kailasa. So the first one that we are going to be seeing is the Prasthanatraya, the offering of Prasthanatraya. Swamiji Paramashiva himself has bestowed this as a gift for the whole of humanity on the auspicious occasion of Guru Purnima. So let us now take a look at the Prasthanatrayi release.
Nithyanandam. Kailasa's Nithyananda University Press, under the Department of Education of Kailasa, is offering at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Prasthanatraya, the three major Hindu scriptures decoded by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Prasthanatraya comprises of the three pillars of Hinduism, the essence of the 108 major Upanishads, the science of Jivan Mukti or living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva himself and repeated by the Nijavatara, the living incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Bhagavad Gita, the ultimate truths revealed by Bhagwan Sri Krishna in the timeless scripture of Bhagavad Gita, repeated for humanity today by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Brahma Sutras, the aphorisms of existence revealed by Bhagwan Vedavyasa, decoded and revealed again by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Jivan Mukti Bhashya also introduces the reader to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the founder of Kailasa, the revival of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The countless contributions of Kailasa to Hinduism and humanity at large. The 5,000-year-old Hindu Holocaust that is continuing as the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Kailasa.
Yes. So this is a Prasthanatraya. So the Prasthanatraya means the three major scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which are the 108 Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, and Brahma Sutras respectively. And these three put together are called Prasthanatrayi, means universally all Hindus, all the Sampradayas, all the traditions accept these as the fundamental major scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And the Jivan Mukti Bhashya is the commentary on the Prasthanatraya and the decoding of the Prasthanatraya by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the next release that we have is another beautiful release of Kailasa's Hindu Jurisprudence, the offering of Hindu Jurisprudence by Kailasa's Department of Justice.
Nithyanandam. Kailasa's Department of Justice, in collaboration with Kailasa's Nithyananda University Press under the Department. Nithyanandam. Kailasa's Department of Justice is offering at the Divine Lotus Feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Jurisprudence of Kailasa, Volume 1. This book describes the Dharma-based Hindu legal jurisprudence of Kailasa. The code details the juridical legislative tradition of Kailasa, which is based on the Veda Agamas and principles of life revealed and ordained by Paramashiva.
Yes. And the next offering that we have is another beautiful offering. Actually, this is every Hindu, the way we know ourselves. It is based on what we have learned about Hinduism. See, the history literally determines 50% of the way how you cognize about yourself and your entire lineage. Unfortunately, for us Hindus, even in the history textbooks, we are taught our history as mythology. Ask anyone, the great scriptures like Ramayana, Mahabharata are taught as myths to us. They're not taught as history. We only learn our history with more of the Mughal invasions, British invasions, and not what rich lifestyle the Hindus had lived. What amazing, how Hinduism is the greater science of life. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has now compiled this entire Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and this book is a small glimpse of that, which talks about the grand narrative of Hinduism. And as a gift to the whole of humanity, on the auspicious day of Guru Purnima, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gifted this book.
Nithyanandam. Kailasa's Department of Justice, in collaboration with Kailasa's Nithyananda University Press under the Department of Education of Kailasa, is offering at the Divine Lotus Feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, Kailasa, the Grand Narrative of Hinduism. This book introduces the reader to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the founder of Kailasa, the revival of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the countless contributions of Kailasa to Hinduism and humanity at large, the 5,000-year-old Hindu Holocaust that is continuing as the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Kailasa.
Now, as all of us are enjoying these major big releases, we also have another beautiful offering from Kailasa's Department of Education. One-stop shop for all of the Hindu scriptures, for you to be able to access all these scriptures on Hinduism, palm leaves, and learn about Hinduism sitting right on your couch, but accessing the authentic documents, accessing the authentic scriptures and authentic texts.
Actually, not just the texts, not just the scriptures, but everything about Hinduism. Whether literally a Wikipedia of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Hinduismpedia, and this is a huge, actually this Guru Purnima, it has been a huge blessing for all the Hindus across the globe. Given that the way how during the pandemic especially, the increased rate of violence against Hindus, violence against Asians. So when all these are so soaring high, this time the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally given some amazing boons, which will not just protect the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, but also to give the Hindus the individual strength. The strength that you have on yourself, the strength that you have about Sanatana Hindu Dharma, your very lifestyle. So this Guru Purnima was such an amazing blessing for all the 2 billion Hindus across the globe and humanity at large. The Sanatana Hindu Dharma is not just a religion, but it's a greater science of life. Now, this gift that we have from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is this Hinduismpedia, which is a compilation of everything that is Hindu. So let's have a look at it.
Nithyanandam. Kailasa Nithyananda Hindu Library under the Department of Education of Kailasa is offering at the Divine Lotus Feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Hinduismpedia is a work to organize and present all the Hindu scriptures available on the planet Earth digitally in multiple languages, authentic translation as it is without any manipulations and interpretations. All the Hindu scriptures from the Vedas, Agamas, Puranas, Smritis, Dharmashastras, the books written by the Acharyas, commentaries, Bhasyas, Tikas, Vartikas, everything available on the planet Earth, all the source books of Hinduism, commentaries on Hindu source books, everything available on the planet Earth as of now. We are collecting, archiving, time capsuling, organizing and making it available to the whole world. Today we are offering a new user interface with a more organized presentation of digital books, wiki articles, dictionaries and e-texts. With the blessing of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we humbly offer the Hinduismpedia user interface at the feet of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Hinduismpedia is the Wikipedia of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So here it is for all of you. Please do visit it and please do get the best benefits out of them. The next that we have is another release from Kailasa's Department of Education and Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library, offering to us the Hindu compliance system. Like everything in Hinduism has a certain standard, a certain system of how it is supposed to happen. Right from the toothbrush that you use, right from the food that you eat, how a person who is interested in enlightenment should dress, how a person who is interested in business should dress. Everything, every aspect of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is beautifully explained to us. The science is beautifully revealed by Paramashivoham himself. Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library, in collaboration with Kailasa's Department of Education, has brought forth this beautiful offering of Kailasa's Hindu compliance system, and all of us can enjoy this offering as well.
Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library under the Department of Education of Kailasa is offering at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Kailasa's Hindu compliance system. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is not just a religion, it is a greater science. Hinduism is the most sophisticated scientific representation of existential truth, catered to every unique system of thought capable by the human mind. For the last 2 decades, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, has been reviving all the aspects of Hindu tradition which give life solutions to all problems. These life solutions from Veda Agama were once followed by more than 33% of entire mankind. Furthering his mission and vision of supporting humanity with the best of what Hinduism has to offer, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam has guided Hindu compliance system to formulate these life solutions from the Veda Agamas in the form of user-friendly Hindu standards. Hindu compliance system has a total of 600 standards from the various Agamas, Purana, Bhagashastra in 7 major categories: food standards, lifestyle standards, power manifestations, sacred arts, town planning, fashion standards, and temple managements and rituals. With the blessings of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we humbly offer the Hindu compliance system website at the feet of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
The Hindu compliance system is a very beautiful offering brought forth by the Kailasa's Department of Education. It consists of 600 major standards brought forth to us in from Agamas, Puranas, and various scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma in 7 major categories, which includes fashion standards, food standards, lifestyle standards, education standards, and so many more. Now, next, we have another beautiful offering from Kailasa's Department of Education in collaboration with Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library, which is bringing forth to us a beautiful digital library sitting where you are, you get to access some of the rarest manuscripts of Sanatani in the Dharma library. And the best thing is everything completely available for something unimaginable and unfathomable what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing to the world. Because these scriptures are not just books, but they contain some of the rarest sciences, sacred secrets, many sciences, including the science of alchemy or the Vaimana Shastra, like the science behind aviation or everything, the gemology, astrology, and a range of other subjects. Shaivism, Kashmir Shaivism, Veera Shaivism, every subject to its core. If all the books are available to us and you can access it, that's the best news about it. So now let's have a look at this topic.
Nithyanandam. Kailasa, the Nithyananda Hindu Digital Library under the Department of Education of Kailasa, is offering at the Divine Lotus Feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Kailasa Nithyananda Hindu Digital Library, as part of the Hinduism PDI, is a work to organize and present all the Hindu scriptures available on the planet Earth digitally in multiple languages, authentic translation as it is, without any manipulations and interpretations. Kailasa Nithyananda Hindu Digital Library is presenting a new user interface, added collections of books and manuscripts. Also, we are presenting an added feature to catalog books and manuscripts through this interface. With the blessing of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we humbly offer the digital library at the feet of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
The next gift that we have from Kailasa is a very, very, very exciting one. How many times have you thought, wow, today's my birthday, I would just like to have the live darshan of Bhagwan Kalavira, just get his blessings in. Or I'm just going to head out, I'm going to go and start this new project, and I would just like to have darshan of Swamiji. And so many times, all of us would have wondered how nice it would be. Like if I was there right now, if I was there in Adi Kailash, I would have just gone to have the darshan of the deities in temple, things like this. The most compassionate avatar has made this possible and accessible for all of us. We can have live darshan, including the darshan of the banyan tree, the Kalpataru, and the darshan of Bhagavan Nithyanandeshwara, Nithyanandeshwari, and the Nithyananda Linga and Swamiji. Like this, a range of deities from Adi Kailasa are digitally available live for all of us to have darshan. And there's also a prayer request form where you can fill in and ask whatever boons that you want to ask and get the blessings from the deities directly. How more user-friendly can ever a temple be? This is just amazing. And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given this as gift to all of us. So stay tuned, where we are going to be sharing about that website now.
Presenting a new temple online ecosystem that is virtual, educational, and devotional. Kailasa's Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam is bringing Kailasa's temple ecosystem to you wherever you are. Become a part of this authentic Hindu experience. Stay up to date on all the latest happenings at the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam in Adi Kailas. Discover the Sarvajñapita, the seat of the Vedagamic knowledge. Experience live darshan of all the gods and goddesses in Kailasa and offer your worship and prayers. Don't miss out on the wonders of having a temple ecosystem in your life.
Yes. And the next offering that we have is, now we saw about education and all and the temple, and next is from Kailasa's Department of Food and Agriculture, and Kailasa's Nithyananda Annalaya is bringing forth its offering of the Bhaga Shastra, the Hindu cookbook with 100 plus recipes now made available to us.
Actually, we eating like having whatever food, the recipes, everything completely as per what Paramashiva describes. And this is something amazing. Not just learning the recipes of how to cook, but even learning the fundamentals of what is taste and how Paramashiva describes taste. What directly along with the pramanas, learning with the translation of Bhaga Shastra. So this is something very exciting. So now we are going to be seeing about this offering.
Annamidum Annayami Anandeshwari Nithya Anandeshwari Adi Shakti Nayaki Anandeshwari Nithya Anandeshwari Annamidum Annayami Anandeshwari Nithya Anandeshwari Adi Shakti Nayaki Anandeshwari
Nithyanandam. This is Manithya Jnanapriyananda on behalf of Kailasa's Nithyananda Annalaya Teamili is offering our most humble pranams at the divine feet of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. On this auspicious occasion of Guru Purnima celebration, Kailasa's Nithyananda Annalaya is offering Volume 1 English translation of Hindu Paka Shastra, the science of Hindu cooking directly revealed by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself to Devi Parashakti and revived by the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. It's not only just food, but life itself is digested in the stomach. What makes Bhaka Shastra so remarkable is that every sphere of cooking is explained in minute and meticulous details. One dare say, no such cookbook exists today that can match the depth and breadth of wisdom on the science of cooking in this textbook. No facet of cooking is overlooked. The detailed properties of grains, vegetables, fruits, herbs, spices, their qualities and impact on health, the shape and size of the utensils for cooking and storage, the method of cleaning, sorting, seasoning, pounding, grinding, frying, cooking, and the physical and the mental health of the cooks, trigunas, tridoshas, along with over 400 original recipes from across the subcontinent are directly revealed by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself. We are very delightful to offer such an ancient wisdom of knowledge at the divine feet of our beloved Guru. And I take this opportunity to thank with full of heart to our Nithyananda Teamili, Ma Nithya Nanditananda, Ma Atira Suresh, Ma Rekha Rajesh, Vikesh, Kalyana Sundaram and Kavi Pradap for their contribution with utmost devotion and dedication and integrity to our beloved Guru. I seek Bhagavan's blessings for the entire team to be blessed with more Guru Bhakti and all auspiciousness. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
So this Annalaya's gift, Kailasa's Nithyananda Annalaya's gift of Bhaga Shastra is something that's not just useful for us seeing recipes, but literally something that will revolutionize the way we eat, the way how we experience the taste of it. So something amazing, amazing gift that we have been gifted with. The next offering that we have is a compilation of the Guru Gita chanting.
I still remember once, only one sloka of Guru Gita, Arunagiri Yogeshwara chanted and taught me. Nithyanandam Paramashivoham Kevalam Jnanamurtim. That's only sloka he chanted and taught. Just put his hand on my head. I just know the whole Guru Gita got downloaded. Even now I can chant the whole Guru Gita. If you are an intense disciple and your Guru is intense Guru, I want to assure all my disciples, I am an intense Guru. I take myself very sincerely. I take my responsibility as Guru very sincerely. Guru Tattva is respected and revered in Sanatana Hindu Dharma far more than any idea of God. The highest idea of God is given the seat of third eye, but Sahasrara, the crown center, is given to Guru Tattva. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the highest God you can experience is given third eye, means Anya Chakra. But the Guru Tattva is given Sahasrara. So understand, Hinduism itself is Guru Sampradaya.
Parvatyuvacha Om Namo Deva Devesha Parat Parajagat Guru Tvan Namaskurvate Bhaktya Sura Suranara Sada Vidhi Vishnu Mahendradyair Vandyaha Kalu Sada Bhavan Guru Seva Gaya Prokta Dehasya Dakshayo Vataha Tatpadam Vishnu Padam Syat Tatra Dattamanantakam Guru Murti Smare Nityam Guru Nama Sada Japet Guru Rajñam Prakurvita Guru Ranyanna Bhavayet Guru Vaktre Stitham Brahma Prapyate Tat.
This is a very beautiful offering of Guru Gita, which is now available to us in English for us to read and enjoy. Next, we have a few more offerings from Kailasas around the globe. We have the offering of the first offering from Kailasa in San Jose. It's offering its expansion of the Nithyananda Jnanalaya in Kailasa in San Jose. So there, the Kailasa in San Jose is offering at the Divine Lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. It's expansion of Nithyananda Jnanalaya. They have added 2,700 books in the categories of Shaiva Siddhanta, Kashmiri Shaivism, Veera Shaivism, Siddha books, Arunachala, Natha Sampradaya, Shaivagamas, Shaiva Puranas, palm leaf manuscripts, and more books. They have added 220 books on Shaivism and 500 books on the Jnanalaya topic.
Now let's move on to some wonderful offerings from Kailasa's United Kingdom, Europe, and Africa, which is inaugurating 3 new satsang centers and 1 Padaka Mandir. The first new satsang center is Kailasa, Russia, in Moscow, Russia. The coordinator is Sergei Kryoshtov. We have another new satsang center in Denelton, South Africa, Kailasa, South Africa. Coordinator is Bignoni Makonto.
A new satsang center from Kailasa, Austria, Scheffling am See, Austria. A new Padaka Mandir. Apologies. The Kailasa, Austria, new satsang center from Scheffling am See, Austria. The coordinators Manitya Mahadevananda and Srinitya Mahadevananda. New Padaka Mandir from Kailasa, Switzerland, Schlag TG, Switzerland, Martha Schreiner and Noel Schreiner are the coordinators.
The next offering is from Europe. We have 3 books that are translated in 3 different languages. One is the Living Enlightenment book, the Jivan Mukti book, which is translated and available for free download at Nityanandapedia. This book is the translation of Living Enlightenment in Italian and translation of Living Enlightenment book in Dutch. Both of these are available completely free of cost for download. And the next book is translated to Czech language, which is Arunachala, the giver of Nithyananda.
Next, we have inauguration of satsang centers in Middle Eastern zone. We have the satsang center in Doha, Qatar. And the next satsang center, which has been inaugurated, is from Muscat, Oman. And Kailasa in Los Angeles is now also offering us the virtual darshan of all of its deities. Now each of us can have the darshan of the deities at Los Angeles Temple online in their official website.
Inauguration of Swamiji's Utsava from Kailasa, New Jersey. On the auspicious day of Guru Purnima, Kailasa, New Jersey, New York, inaugurated the Swamiji's Utsava blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and they also offered Guru Homa on that auspicious occasion.
With this, we have come to the conclusion of this segment, and we have a very, very, very exciting news for all of you. 6 a.m. Indian Standard Time and 5:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, we are having the live darshan of Devi Parashakti. So that would be, I think, 6 a.m. Indian Standard Time on 26th of July and 5:30 p.m. Pacific Time on 25th of July. So it's really exciting. We are going to be having the live Parashakti Akashic reading, where we are going to be having the darshan of the ultimate divine cosmic mother herself. She's going to be coming live, answering our questions, giving us the boons, and giving us the karmic breakthroughs, and answering our prayers, etc. live. So make sure you tune in the same platform that you are watching us live right now through, and you can ask your questions, prayer requests for boon, prayers, etc. while Devi is live. And this is going to be happening at 6 a.m. Indian Standard Time, and the preparations for the darshans begin by 2 a.m. Indian Standard Time, which is 1:30 p.m. Pacific Time. So with this, we come to the conclusion of the segment, and we'll be concluding with Purna Mantra, and right after this, we are going to be having the power manifestation segment starting. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all, Nithyanandam. Thank you all, Nithyanandam. Stay tuned. We are going to be having the live Kailasa Spurtiyat session starting very shortly.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment.
Taiwan, thank you for your